Imagine a world where the past is not just forgotten, it is actively disappearing, piece by piece, scroll by scroll, where the very memories that define who we are, where we've come from, and what we've survived are crumbling into dust. This is the world of Alara, the youngest scribe of the end, one of the last guardians of truth in a broken land known as Inmener. Her story begins high above the ruins, on a treacherous climb up the Tower of Echoes, a structure so fragile, one wrong step could send her tumbling into the forgotten depths below. She isn't climbing for glory or treasure. She is climbing for something far more precious, a single half-burnt scroll, because in this fading world, every word matters. Every story is a thread holding the fabric of memory together. We'd love to know where you're joining us from tonight, what corner of the world you're in, and what time it is where you are. Let us know in the comments below, because stories like this one, though set in another time and place, speak to something universal within all of us, the need to remember, to preserve, to understand where we come from. Alara's hands tremble as she reaches for that fragile parchment, but it isn't the dizzying height that makes her shake. It's the weight of knowing that she is among the last. The last to care, the last to listen to the whispers of the past, the last to believe that truth, no matter how painful, is worth protecting. And just as her fingers close around the scroll, a fragile, charred remnant of a fallen civilization, she freezes. A shadow moves in the ruins far below, something that should not be there, something that watches and waits. This is where our journey begins, not with a hero's triumph, but with a quiet, desperate act of courage in the face of oblivion. What follows is a tale of resilience, betrayal, and the unbreakable human spirit. A story about why we keep records, why we tell stories, and why some truths are worth risking everything for. So settle in, open your mind, and join us as we step into the world of the last Chroniclers of Inmener, a story that asks what remains when everything else is lost. Her heart hammering against her ribs, Alara does not waste a second. The ancient stones of the Tower of Echoes shift under her frantic grasp as she scrambles downward, the precious, half-burnt scroll clutched so tightly in her hand she fears she might crumble it to dust. Every rustle of her cloak against the stone sounds like a thunderclap in the unnerving silence that has fallen over the ruins. She moves not with the careful precision of her ascent, but with the raw, desperate speed of pure instinct, driven by the chilling certainty that she is no longer alone. Reaching the base, she throws herself behind the familiar bulk of a fractured marble pillar, its surface etched with weather-worn symbols she can no longer read. She presses her back against the cold stone, forcing her breathing to slow, forcing her mind to process what her eyes are showing her. Through a crack in the pillar, she watches. Hooded figures, their forms blurred and indistinct in the fading light, move through the debris field with a purpose that is entirely wrong. They are not scribes. They do not move with the reverent care of preservers, gently brushing dust from a fractured tablet or carefully unrolling a fragile parchment. Their movements are quick, efficient, and brutally utilitarian. She sees one figure yank a silver inlaid ledger from a pile of splintered wood, glance at its cover, and then, finding it not to their liking, toss it aside like common rubbish. The ancient binding cracks against a rock, pages scattering in the breeze. Another is prying gemstones from the hilt of a ceremonial blade embedded in the earth, discarding the historically priceless weapon itself. This isn't preservation, this is plundering. A cold dread, far deeper than any fear of heights, settles in her stomach. These are no ordinary scavengers. They are memory thieves. The term itself is a whisper of ultimate horror among her people, a lesson every young scribe learns in their first days of training. They are those who believe history is not a sacred record to be protected, but a tool to be wielded. They seek out the artifacts of the past, not to understand, but to control. To erase the truths that are inconvenient, to alter the narratives that give people power, to reshape the memory of the world into something that serves only them. By stealing a kingdom's history, they steal its soul, leaving a hollowed out people who can be told anything, who can be led anywhere. And here they are, right at the doorstep of the Scribe's last bastion, harvesting the past like a crop. Her mind races, a storm of conflicting imperatives. The Scribe's oath screams at her to act, to protect these fragments of truth at any cost. A single shouted warning, a well-thrown stone to create a distraction. It might be enough to disrupt their operation, to make them flee and save countless irreplaceable artifacts from their clutches. But the practical, survivalist part of her, honed by a lifetime in a dying world, argues with cold, hard logic. She is one young woman against an unknown number of thieves. A confrontation wouldn't be bravery, it would be a suicide mission, and worse than her own death would be the consequence of it. If she is caught, if they torture her for information, she could lead them directly back to the hidden underground archive. She could betray Elder Kale and Finn and Lyra and all the others. She could be the reason the very last repository of Inmener's true history is discovered and wiped from existence. The weight of that potential betrayal is heavier than any tower. The choice is agonizing, a momentary, defiant act of sabotage that could doom everything, or a silent retreat that feels like a betrayal of her entire life's purpose. In the suffocating silence behind the pillar, clutching the rescued scroll to her chest, Alara holds her breath and makes her choice. Her decision made, Alara turns her back on the thieves, every fiber of her being screaming in protest. But this is not retreat. This is strategy. This is preservation of a far greater cause. She melts into the labyrinth of Inmener's corpse, a ghost in a city of ghosts. She moves through a network of collapsed alleys and shattered thoroughfares, known only to the Scribes, a secret cartography of survival, passed down through generations. Here, a collapsed aqueduct creates a hidden tunnel. There, the hollowed-out shell of a great library offers a shielded route. Her feet, clad in soft-soled boots, find purchase on familiar stones, avoiding the loose debris that would betray her passage. She does not run. She flows, a shadow using the bones of the past as her shield. Her knowledge of this place, her greatest weapon against the intruders. The weight of the scroll in her hand is no longer just a historical artifact. It is proof. It is the catalyst for what must come next. The journey back to the hidden archive is a blur of adrenaline and fear, each heartbeat a drum, counting down the seconds until discovery. The usual comforting silence of the ruins now feels oppressive, every echo a potential footstep, every shift of the wind a whispered threat. When the disguised entrance finally comes into view, a seemingly solid wall of rubble that pivots on a counterweight mechanism known only to the initiated. She all but falls through it, her breath coming in ragged, painful gasps. The transition from the dying twilight of the surface to the warm, lamplit glow of the archive is jarring. The air here is still, heavy with the scent of old paper, ink, and beeswax used to preserve leather bindings. It is a sanctuary, a bubble of fragile order in a world of chaos, and she is about to shatter its peace forever. She bursts into the main scriptorium, where a dozen scribes are bent over their desks in quiet concentration, their quills scratching a soft, rhythmic chorus against parchment. The scene is one of tranquil devotion, a stark contrast to the violation she has just witnessed. Her sudden, breathless entrance is a violent intrusion into this sacred quiet. All activity stops. Heads snap up, eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and alarm. Elder Kale, who had been patiently guiding a young apprentice in the delicate art of repairing a water-damaged folio, rises slowly, his wise old face etched with immediate concern. He sees the terror in her eyes, the dust on her clothes, the precious, crumpled scroll clutched in her white-knuckled hand. "Elara," he says, his voice a low rumble of calm authority. "Speak, child. What has happened?" The words tumble out of her in a frantic, gasping torrent. She speaks of the tower, of the scroll, and then of the figures, the hooded plunderers moving with cold efficiency through the sacred debris. She names them for what they are, voice trembling with a mix of fury and dread. "Memory thieves," she chokes out. "In the central plaza, they are not preserving, they are harvesting. They are here." The effect on the assembled chroniclers is instantaneous and profound. The theoretical threat, discussed in hushed tones during long nights, the abstract monster from old cautionary tales, is now a tangible reality, moving just beyond their hidden door. The color drains from several faces. A young scribe drops his quill, a blot of black ink spreading like a dark omen across his hours of careful work. The comfortable rhythm of their lives, built around the slow, meticulous act of preservation, has been violently broken. The past is not just fading, it is now under active, hostile assault. Inaction is no longer an option. To do nothing is to willingly surrender the very soul of Inmener to those who would rewrite it for their own cruel ends. The race has begun, and they are already behind. A heavy silence falls over the archive after Alara's frantic warning, thick and suffocating. The gentle scratching of quills has ceased entirely, replaced by the shallow, fearful breathing of the assembled scribes. All eyes turn to Elder Kale. The old man seems to age a decade in those few moments, the lines on his face deepening as if carved by the terrible weight of Alara's news. He slowly lowers himself back into his chair, his gnarled fingers tracing the grain of his wooden desk, a familiar gesture of seeking solace in something solid and real. When he finally speaks, his voice is not the warm, instructive tone they all know, but a low, gravelly rumble, like stones grinding together deep beneath the earth. It is the voice of a man confronting a ghost he had long feared would return. He confirms Alara's worst suspicions. The memory thieves are not some new, external threat. They are a cancer that grew from within their own ranks, nurtured by a twisted ideology. Their leader, he reveals, is a man named Malak. The name itself causes a visible shudder to pass through some of the older scribes. Malak was once one of them, a brilliant, passionate young chronicler, perhaps the most promising of his generation. He had a mind that could cross-reference 1,000 fragmented texts and see the patterns no one else could see. But that brilliant mind, according to Kale, became a prison. The relentless study of Inmener's collapse, the endless cataloging of its follies, its wars, its suffering, broke something inside him. He began to see history not as a record of lessons to be learned, but as a poison, a sickness infecting the present and cursing the future. Kale's words paint a chilling picture of Malak's philosophy. He came to believe that for society to be reborn, to be truly purified, it must be freed from the burden of its past. Not all of it, of course. He would preserve the tales of glory, of art and innovation. But the painful truths, the records of betrayal, the chronicles of famine and plague, the detailed accounts of the pride and arrogance that led to the Great Collapse itself. These, he argued, were anchors holding humanity back, feeding a cycle of despair and mistrust. He believed in a curated past, a sanitized history, where only the beautiful and the inspiring remained. He didn't see it as destruction. In his warped view, it was a merciful act of healing, a surgery to remove a diseased limb so the body could thrive. He was cast out for these beliefs, but instead of fading away, he gathered others who shared his disillusionment or who craved the power that comes with controlling the narrative. And now he has returned not as a dissenter, but as a conqueror, armed with the intimate knowledge of a scribe and the ruthless ambition of a tyrant. This grim history lesson is merely the prelude to an even more dire revelation. Elder Kale leans forward, his intense gaze locking with Alara's. Malak's current goal, he explains, is not just random plunder. He is searching for something specific, the ultimate prize and the greatest threat, the Heart Vault, a legend among the Scribes. Many younger members believed it to be a myth, a story told to apprentices to give them hope. But Kale confirms it is terrifyingly real. It is a hidden, impregnable repository built in the final days of Inmener, designed to survive any catastrophe. And within it lies the Master Chronicle, a single, monumental work that is the definitive first-hand account of the kingdom's fall. It doesn't just contain the events, it holds the reasons, the context, the unvarnished truths that all other records merely hint at. It is the foundational truth upon which all their work is built, and Malak does not want to preserve it. He wants to find it and reduce it to ashes. For him, the Master Chronicle is the root of the poison, the original sin of memory. Its destruction would be the ultimate act of purification, irrevocably severing the present from the true past and allowing him to write a new, clean, and utterly false history for a people who would have no way of knowing the difference. He holds the key to finding it, a clue the Scribes have protected for generations. But Kale reveals there is another way, an old, almost forgotten rhyme passed down by the earliest chroniclers speaks of a map, broken into fragments and hidden in different locations for safekeeping. One piece is already here, within the archive itself, a secret held by the Elder alone. The other, its location, is far more dangerous. The Elder's eyes, full of a profound and weary resolve, settle on Elara. He sees in her not just the courage that brought her back with a warning, but the potential for something greater. He tasks her, above all his other scribes, with this paramount mission. She must find the hidden piece of the map within these very walls, then use it to locate its counterpart, She must do what Malak is trying to do, but faster. She must find the Heart Vault, not to destroy its truth, but to secure it. The survival of Inmener's true memory, and perhaps the very conscience of their future, now rests on the shoulders of their youngest scribe. The race is no longer just about saving scraps of parchment. It is a direct sprint against a ghost from their past to save the soul of their history. The weight of Elder Kale's trust settles on Alara like a physical mantle, heavy with responsibility and the terrifying specter of potential failure. The archive, once a place of quiet comfort and familiar routine, now feels like a labyrinth of secrets, every shadow holding a new pressure. She closes her eyes, shutting out the anxious whispers of the other scribes, and forces her mind to retreat inward, to the earliest days of her training. Back then, the lessons weren't about complex historiography or the chemical composition of preservation inks. They were about memory, rhythm, and pattern. They were rhymes and songs, seemingly childish ditties that the elders insisted were the bedrock of a scribe's knowledge, and one rhyme in particular, sung to her by a now-departed teacher, begins to echo in the chambers of her mind, its words taking on a terrifying new significance. It was a simple, lilting verse about the 5 pillars that held up the sky of memory. One spoke of a stone that breathes, another of a page that never turns. A third mentioned a key of words, not iron, but the lines that now scream for her attention are the final couplet, where the woven giant sleeps in dust, / there lies the guide, the loyal trust. For years, she, like every other apprentice, assumed it was a metaphorical lesson about finding truth in forgotten places. Now, she understands with chilling clarity that it is a literal set of instructions. The woven giant could only be one thing: the massive ancient tapestry that hangs in the oldest, most neglected section of the archive, a section so unstable that access is normally restricted. It depicts a forgotten creation myth, its colors faded to muted browns and grays, its threads thick with the dust of centuries. It is a giant, and it has been sleeping for a very long time. Moving with a purpose that belies the tremor in her hands, Alara navigates the narrow, descending corridors that lead to the archival deeps. The air grows colder and damper the further she goes, smelling of wet stone and profound age. The usual electric hum of the main scriptorium's lighting is gone, replaced by the soft, dancing glow of her handheld oil lamp, which casts long, leaping shadows that make the stone faces of long-dead kings seem to watch her pass. She reaches a heavy oak door, its iron bindings rusted with time, and pushes it open with a groan that echoes like a tomb ceiling shut. This is the oldest section, a place where scrolls are not just records, but artifacts themselves, many too fragile to even be touched. And there, on the far wall, is the woven giant. The tapestry is immense, depicting a celestial being weaving the threads of fate on a loom of stars. It is shrouded in a silence that feels sacred and forbidding. Her heart hammers as she approaches, her lamp held high. She runs her fingers along the rough, dusty weave, searching for anything, a loose thread, a hidden seam. Finding nothing, she steps back, frustration beginning to creep in. Then her training takes over. A scribe does not just look, she observes, she studies the environment. Her eyes scan the wall around the tapestry, the floor at its base, and there, almost entirely obscured by the hanging's lower edge. She sees it, a single stone in the wall that is different from the others. Where the surrounding blocks are rough-hewn and irregular, this one is perfectly smooth, almost polished, and it sits slightly recessed, as if waiting for a purpose. The stone that breathes. With careful, reverent pressure, she presses against it. For a terrifying second, nothing happens. Then, with a soft, grating sound that hasn't been heard in generations, the stone pivots inward, revealing a small, dark hollow behind it. Reaching into the cool, dry space, her fingers brush against something flat and solid. She draws out a square clay tablet, no larger than her palm. It is astonishingly well preserved, its surface covered not in words, but in a series of finely etched symbols, a series of interconnected lines that suggest waterways, a cluster of marks that could be buildings, and a single, striking symbol at its center, a stylized heart with a keyhole in its center. This is it. A thrill of triumph surges through her. This is the first fragment of the map to the Heart Vault, but that thrill is short-lived, dying almost as soon as it is born. Her eyes trace the etched lines to the edge of the tablet, where they simply stop, cut off abruptly. The map is incomplete. This fragment shows a route, but it doesn't show the beginning. It is an answer without its question. The implications are immediate and daunting. The other fragment must exist, and if Malak was once a scribe, he would know the same rhymes. He would be searching for it too. Elder Kale's grave warning rings in her ears. The location of the second piece is held in the Sunken library. The name alone sends a cold dread through any who remember the stories. It wasn't always sunken. Once it was the great library of the Celestial Quarter, the crown jewel of Inmener's intellectual achievement. But during the cataclysmic upheaval of the collapse, the land gave way, and the entire district, library and all, was swallowed by the rising waters of the nearby sea. It now lies in a silent, flooded grave, a ghostly labyrinth of waterlogged knowledge, collapsed structures, and who knows what else that has made its home in the dark, submerged halls. To reach it isn't just a journey, it is a dive into a watery tomb, a perilous expedition into the very heart of Inmener's ruin. The first piece of the map is in her hand, but the path forward leads into deep, dark water. The air in the archive felt different after Alara's discovery, thinner, charged with a new and urgent purpose. The clay tablet, cool and heavy in her hand, was both a key and a lock, its incomplete lines a silent scream for its missing counterpart. There was no time for celebration, only for action. Elder Kale, his face a mask of grim resolve, did not hesitate. He knew the skills required for the next phase were not those of a historian, but of an engineer. With a steadying hand on her shoulder, he assigned her a partner, Finn. If Alara was the heart of this mission, the keeper of its meaning, then Finn was its hands. The pragmatic archivist whose mind understood not the poetry of the past, but the mechanics of its preservation. He was a man who spoke in gears and leverage, in load-bearing walls and hydraulic pressure, and for the journey to the Sunken library, he was the only choice. Their preparation was a frantic, whispered affair, conducted under the anxious eyes of their fellow scribes. There were no maps to guide them to the Sunken library, only the general direction of the fallen Celestial Quarter, and the old, cautionary tales of what lay beneath the water. Finn's contribution was immediate and ingenious. While Alara gathered waterproof satchels and luminescent moss for light, he scavenged the archive's forgotten corners, returning with a bundle of hollow, sturdy reeds he'd harvested from a filtration system, and a set of rust-pitted but serviceable pulleys and ropes, salvaged from a collapsed lift mechanism. "The reeds are for breathing," he explained with a technician's calm efficiency. "Not for swimming. We'll stay near the surface in the air pockets. The pulleys are for getting in and out. The structures will be unstable. We pull on the wrong stone, and the entire ceiling comes down." His calm, matter-of-fact assessment of their mortal danger was somehow more frightening than any panicked warning could have been. The journey to the edge of the Sunken district was a somber trek through a graveyard of ambition. The grand avenues leading to the Celestial Quarter sloped downward, the cobblestones underfoot becoming slick with an ever-thickening layer of algae and silt. The air grew heavy with the smell of stagnant water and decay. Then the road simply ended, dropping away into a vast, placid expanse of dark, green water. Before them lay the grave of the Great Library, its once proud spires now just broken stumps, piercing the water's surface like the bones of a drowned leviathan. The silence was profound, broken only by the gentle lap of water against stone. Without a word, they fastened their breathing reeds to their belts and waded in. The cold was a shock that stole their breath, and the world narrowed to the circle of faint green light from their moss-filled lanterns. Navigating the submerged streets was a slow, terrifying ballet. They moved through a ghost city, their light glinting off the distorted faces of statues staring blankly from the depths, illuminating the gaping windows of shops and homes where currents had arranged silt into new, strange furniture. Finn's pulleys became indispensable, allowing them to hoist themselves over piles of submerged debris or cross yawning chasms where the street had completely collapsed. Their teamwork was a silent language of gestures and looks, a pointed finger toward a safe path, a hand held up in a firm stop, a tug on a rope to signal all clear. The first true test came as they navigated a narrow alleyway, its walls shuddering from some unseen pressure. A school of large, pale eels, their bodies grotesquely mutated by the ancient toxins that had seeped into the water, emerged from a fissure. Their eyes were milky white and blind, but they sensed movement, coiling toward the intruders with unsettling speed. Alara froze, but Finn acted, grabbing a loose piece of metal, grating and slamming it against a stone wall. The loud, reverberating clang disoriented the sound-sensitive creatures, sending them scattering back into the darkness. He gave her a quick, grim nod. The understanding between them deepened. They were relying on each other not just for success, but for survival. Pushing deeper, they found their landmark, the great arched entrance to the library itself, though only the top third of the stone arch was still above water. According to the fragment and the old rhymes, the map piece was hidden in the office of the head librarian, a room that had once overlooked the main reading hall. To reach it, they had to dive. Taking a final deep breath, they submerged, their reeds clenched between their teeth. The world below was a murky nightmare of shadows and silt. They kicked their way through the vast, open space of the main hall, where skeletal bookshelves leaned at impossible angles, and the ghostly outlines of reading desks were covered in a thick, fuzzy coat of algae. Schools of tiny, phosphorescent fish scattered at their approach. Their brief light showed the only beauty in the oppressive gloom. Finn spotted it first, A heavy oak door, reinforced with iron, slightly ajar. With a powerful kick, he forced it open enough to squeeze through. The office was a time capsule of panic. A chair was overturned, papers, now just pulpy, unreadable masses, were scattered across a desk, and a beautiful, blown glass astrolabe lay shattered on the floor. And there, bolted to the far wall, was a small, rusted iron chest, the symbol of a quill and scroll etched into its lid. Hope surged through Alara. Finn, seeing the chest was wedged behind a heavy cabinet that had toppled against the wall, motioned for her to stay back. He worked quickly, using a metal rod from his pack to leverage the cabinet just enough to create a gap. The strain showed on his face, bubbles streaming from his reed. He reached into the gap, his fingers scrabbling for the chest's handle. Just as his grip closed around it, the ancient cabinet, weakened by decades underwater, shifted with a groan. A cloud of silt exploded, obscuring everything. Alara's light caught the frantic, panicked look in Finn's eyes as he was pinned, his breathing reed knocked loose and tumbling away into the dark. He was trapped and drowning. Acting on pure instinct, Alara surged forward. She didn't try to move the immovable cabinet. Instead, she ripped her own reed from her mouth and shoved it into Finn's, clamping a hand over his nose and mouth to force him to use it. With her other hand, she groped blindly in the swirling murk for the chest. Her lungs burned, her vision spotting at the edges. Her fingers found the handle Finn had gripped. With a final, desperate heave, she wrenched the chest free. The movement was enough. The cabinet settled into its new position, releasing the pressure on Finn. They burst back out into the main hall, chest in hand, swimming for the surface with the last of their strength. Gasping and choking on the library's steps, they huddled together, the precious chest between them. The relief was overwhelming, a heady mix of triumph and shared survival. With trembling, numb fingers, Alara worked at the rusted latch until it finally gave way. She lifted the lid. The inside was not lined with velvet or protective seals. It was empty, not just empty of the map fragment, but empty of everything. No dust, no moisture, nothing. It had been cleaned out, deliberately and completely, a long, long time ago. The shock was a physical blow. They had risked everything. Finn had nearly died, for nothing. But then Finn, his engineer's eye for detail cutting through the despair, leaned closer. He ran a finger along the inside bottom of the chest. It came away not with the expected grit of ages, but with a fine, distinctive gray dust. "This isn't from down here," he whispered, his voice hoarse from the brackish water. "This is archive dust, the kind from grinding ink stones." He then pointed to the edges of the latch. "And these scratches, they're fresh. Someone with the right tools opened this recently. Someone who knew where to look." The conclusion was inescapable, a truth more chilling than the water they just escaped. The second fragment hadn't been lost to time or tragedy. It had been taken, and the only people who could have known its location, the only ones with access to the archive's inner dust and tools, were the Scribes themselves. The enemy wasn't just out there with Malak. The enemy was within. The journey back to the archive was a silent, sodden march through a world that now felt hostile and unfamiliar. Every shadow seemed to hold a watching presence. Every echo of dripping water sounded like a footstep behind them. The triumph of their survival in the sunken library had curdled into a heavy, sickening dread. fueled by the empty chest and Finn's chilling observation. The cold that clung to their bones was no longer just from the stagnant water. It was the icy chill of suspicion seeping into their very souls. Who among their trusted family could have done this? Who had the knowledge, the access, and the motive to betray everything they stood for? They moved with a new wariness, their relief at seeing the archive's hidden entrance now tainted with a terrible anxiety about what they might find on the other side. Pushing the heavy door open, the familiar scent of beeswax, aged paper, and ink that usually welcomed them home was gone, replaced by the acrid smell of overturned lantern oil and the unsettling scent of open, empty space where filled shelves should be. The warm, golden glow of the scriptorium was a scene of devastation. Desks were overturned, their contents spilled across the stone floor like autumn leaves after a storm. Precious scroll tubes, once neatly arranged, lay scattered and cracked open, their contents either missing or trampled underfoot. The careful, ordered silence of the archive was broken by the soft, horrified weeping of a young scribe kneeling amidst the ruin, trying to gather up fragments of a shattered clay tablet. Elder Kale stood in the center of the chaos, his face ashen, one hand braced against a bookshelf for support, as if the very sight had stolen the strength from his legs. His eyes, usually so full of gentle wisdom, were wide with a stunned, profound grief. It was Finn who noticed the other, more personal absence first. His voice, still rough from swallowed brine, cut through the murmurs of shock. "Where is Lyra?" The question hung in the air, met with blank, confused stares from the others. Lyra, whose desk was nearest the elders, was always among the first to greet returning teams, her face alight with curiosity about what they had found. Her desk was now a stark monument to her disappearance. It was the only one that had been meticulously cleared, not ransacked. Her favorite quill, the one with the iridescent raven feather, was gone. Her personal inkwell, a tiny carved stone vessel, was missing. It wasn't that her area had been looted, it had been emptied, with a purpose. The terrible, unthinkable truth began to coalesce in the pit of Alara's stomach. Lyra, the cheerful, dedicated scribe who had helped her learn the old rhymes, the one who always had an encouraging word, the one who knew the location of every artifact, the schedule of every patrol, the hiding places of every secret. Driven by a desperate need for denial, for any other explanation, Alara stumbled toward Lyra's empty space. Her eyes scanned the floor, the walls, searching for a sign, a clue, anything that could point to a struggle, to proof that she had been taken against her will. But there was nothing, just a chilling neatness amidst the surrounding disorder. Then her foot caught on a loose floor tile. It was a tiny thing, a slight unevenness in the ancient flooring that she had never noticed before. But in a place built on precision and order, a loose tile stood out like a shout. Falling to her knees, her wet clothes soaking into the cold stone, she pried at the edge with numb fingers. It lifted away easily, revealing a shallow, hidden compartment beneath. And there, tucked away in the dark space, was a small, leather-bound journal she recognized instantly. It was Lyra's, the one she was never without. Her hands trembled as she opened it, Finn and a now silent Elder Kale looking over her shoulder. The early pages were what they expected, meticulous notes on transcription techniques, beautiful sketches of artifacts, thoughtful reflections on the meaning of their work. But as she turned the pages, the script changed. The neat, elegant handwriting grew tighter, more angular, the pressure of the quill often digging deeply into the paper, as if fueled by a rising agitation. The content shifted from observation to bitter philosophy. Lyra wrote of the despair that came from endlessly chronicling the same cycles of human failure. The greed, the pride, the violence that had doomed Inmener. She began to question the very foundation of their oath. What good is preserving a truth? One entry read, if that truth only serves to poison the well of the future. We are not saviors, we are grave keepers, forcing each new generation to drink from a cup of bitterness. The most recent entries were the most devastating. They spoke of encounters with a visionary, a man who saw a path to a brighter future, not through remembrance, but through release, through selective forgetting. She wrote of Malak not as a monster, but as a revolutionary, a brave soul willing to make the difficult choices others were too sentimental to make. The final entry, dated just the day before, was a manifesto of betrayal. I have taken the fragment, it stated, the words cold and resolved. I do this not as a thief, but as a surgeon. I will help Malak curate history, to remove the diseased and rotten limbs, so the body of our society can finally heal. Some truths are too dangerous to preserve. This pain ends with me. The journal fell from Alara's grasp, landing on the floor with a soft, final thud. The evidence was irrefutable. The traitor was not a shadowy outsider. It was a friend. Lyra had walked out of her own volition, taking the second piece of the map with her, convinced that in betraying her friends, she was saving the world. The archive had been violated not by a brute force attack, but by an ideology that had festered in the heart of their own home. The fight was no longer just out in the ruins. It had been inside them all along. The atmosphere in the archive hung thick with the ashes of betrayal, a silence so heavy it felt like a physical weight on their shoulders. Elder Kale, who had always been their unwavering pillar of strength, seemed to shrink before their eyes. The news of Lyra's deflation and the ransacking of their sanctuary carving years of exhaustion into his face. He leaned heavily on a salvaged column, his breath a shallow rasp, the weight of leadership in this catastrophic hour visibly crushing him. Yet in his fading eyes, a new resolve sparked as he looked at Alara. She was no longer just the promising novice who'd scaled the Tower of Echoes. She was the one who had uncovered the theft, survived the Sunken library, and exposed the rot within their own ranks. She had become, through terrible necessity, their sharpest instrument. With a voice that was little more than a strained whisper, yet carried the full authority of his office, he made his decree. He assigned her leadership, not of a full contingent of scribes, but of a small, swift team with a single, critical objective: intercept Lyra before she could deliver the second map fragment to Malak. Every moment of delay brought the Memory Thieves one step closer to the Heart Vault, and one step closer to erasing the truth forever. The weight of the assignment was immense, but the immediate choice before her was intensely personal and tactical. Whom to take? The mission required speed, stealth, and the ability to navigate not just physical dangers, but the psychological traps of the Ashen wastes. Her instinct, forged in the submerged halls of the Sunken library, screamed for Finn. His pragmatic calm, his ingenious mind that saw solutions in gears and pulleys, his unwavering loyalty, he was the clear, logical choice. He was the anchor, But Elder Kale had also mentioned Bren, one of the few dedicated guards tasked with protecting the archive. Bren was a force of nature, all fierce loyalty and impulsive action, a fighter whose courage was as undeniable as his recklessness was dangerous. He was the sword. To choose only Finn was to choose caution and cleverness, but to potentially lack the strength to overcome a direct confrontation. To choose only Bren was to choose raw power, but to risk that power igniting a disaster they couldn't control. Alara's decision, made in a heartbeat that felt like an eternity, was a testament to the leader she was becoming. She understood that balance was not a luxury, but a necessity for survival. This wasn't a scholarly expedition. It was a hunt through a lethal landscape, and it required both a scalpel and a shield. "I will take them both," she stated, her voice firm, leaving no room for debate. She saw the flicker of concern in Kale's eyes, the potential for conflict between the methodical archivist and the fiery guardian, but also a nod of grim approval. She was thinking like a commander, not a scribe, assembling tools for a job rather than choosing companions for a journey. Finn, when told, simply gave a curt, professional nod, already mentally cataloging what supplies they would need for a trek across toxic ground. Bren, however, reacted with a fierce grin, cracking his knuckles with a sound that echoed in the tense silence, eager for action after what he saw as the passive failure of simply guarding walls. Their departure was a somber, swift affair, conducted under the bruised purple and orange sky of dusk. The fading light was their ally, offering concealment for their exit from the hidden archive. They traveled light, carrying only essential supplies, filtered masks and goggles for the toxic wastes, concentrated rations, water skins, a coiled rope from Finn's pack, and Bren's well-worn weapon strapped to his back. Alara carried the only true weapon that mattered, the first clay fragment of the map, secured in a padded pouch against her chest, a constant reminder of what they were racing to complete and what they were racing to stop. Lyra had a significant head start, but she was traveling alone, and she was a scribe, not a scout. She would stick to the known, if dangerous, paths. Alara, with Finn's knowledge of the land's structure and Bren's defensive prowess, could potentially take riskier, more direct routes. The initial part of the pursuit was conducted in near total silence, save for the crunch of their boots on gravel and the rhythm of their own breathing. Alara led, her eyes scanning the ground not for beauty, but for information. She looked for the subtle signs another scribe might leave, a disturbed pattern of pebbles, a scuff mark on a particular type of stone, the faint impression of a boot heel in a patch of soft earth. Finn's head was on a constant swivel, assessing the stability of the path ahead, calculating the structural integrity of a collapsed bridge they had to cross. Bren brought up the rear, his posture taut, his eyes constantly scanning the deepening shadows for any immediate threat, his hand never straying far from the hilt of his weapon. They were a triad of contrasting energies, a precarious alliance bound together by a common goal, moving as one organism into the growing darkness. The familiar ruins of the city's outskirts gave way to a more desolate, foreboding landscape, the air beginning to carry the first acrid tang of the Ashen wastes. They were on the trail, and with every step, the stakes grew higher, the path more dangerous, and the need for their fragile balance more critical than ever. The world beyond the city's edge was a place of utter desolation, a stark and brutal contrast to the structured ruins they had left behind. The Ashen wastes lived up to their name, a vast, rolling plain where the very ground was composed of a fine, gray powder, the pulverized remains of a civilization. The air was thick with it, a perpetual, choking haze that blotted out the sun and turned the sky a sickly, bruised orange. Breathing without the specially crafted filtration, masks would have been a death sentence within minutes. The toxic dust, searing the lungs and clouding the mind. Every step was an effort, their boots sinking into the ankle-deep ash, which whispered and shifted with an unsettling, almost sentient sound. Alara led the way, her movements sure and deliberate. Her knowledge was their only compass here. She navigated not by landmarks, for there were none, but by a mental map, passed down through Scribe lore, the memory of which buried roadways were safest, which areas were prone to sudden sinkholes, and where the toxic miasma was known to gather in deadly, invisible pools. The silence was the first thing to play tricks on them. It was not a true silence, but a muffled one, deadened by the endless ash. In that auditory void, the mind, desperate for input, began to create its own. Then the vision started. It began subtly. Finn would jerk his head, convinced he'd seen the fleeting shadow of a great, winged statue out of the corner of his eye. Elara heard what sounded like the distant, frantic ringing of alarm bells, a sound described in the Chronicles of the Collapse, but unheard for generations. They were echoes, the trio soon realized, not of sound or light, but of pure, traumatic emotion, psychic scars left on the land itself from the cataclysm that had swallowed Inmener. The wastes were a recording device, and they were walking through its haunted playback. The phantoms grew more intense the deeper they ventured. A wave of overwhelming, collective despair would wash over them, so potent it made Alara's eyes well with tears for a grief that wasn't her own. They'd catch glimpses of translucent figures running in a panic, their mouths open in silent screams before they dissolved back into the swirling gray. For Bren, the guard whose world was built on tangible threats, this insubstantial horror was a special kind of torture. He gripped his weapon tighter, his knuckles white, his shoulders tense with a frustration that had no outlet. He could not fight a feeling. He could not protect them from a memory. The breaking point came as they navigated a narrow pass between two great dunes of ash. A figure solidified before them, clearer and more menacing than any before. It was a soldier of the old guard, his armor gleaming impossibly in the dim light, his face a mask of rage and betrayal. He raised a ghostly sword and let out a silent battle cry, charging directly at Finn, who stood frozen in analytical fascination. To Finn, it was a terrifying but undeniable historical record. To Bren, it was a clear and present attack. With a roared challenge that was muffled by his mask, Bren shoved past Elara, drawing his own blade and launching himself at the phantom. He swung with all his might, a brutal, powerful arc meant to cleave a real opponent in two. His blade passed through nothing but air and ash, the momentum of his failed strike, sending him stumbling forward, off balance and exposed. In that same instant, Finn reacted not as a historian, but as a pragmatist. Seeing Bren's reckless charge threaten to send him tumbling down an unstable slope, he dropped his pack and lunged, wrapping his arms around Bren's torso in a tackle that was more restraint than attack. They landed in a heap, a cloud of toxic ash billowing around them. Bren, adrenaline coursing through him, reacted with pure instinct. He threw an elbow back, catching Finn in the ribs with a sickening thud that echoed in the muffled silence. "Get off me," Bren snarled, his voice distorted by rage and his mask. It was coming for him. Finn gasped for air, his own mask askew, but he held on grimly. "It's not real. It's just an echo, you fool. You'll get us all killed charging at shadows." The argument, boiling over in the most dangerous place imaginable, laid bare the fundamental tension that had been simmering since they left. Bren, chest heaving, scrambled to his feet and rounded on Finn, his eyes blazing with a fury that was only partly directed at the archivist. It was fury at the helplessness, at the landscape, at the enemy he couldn't strike. "And what's your plan?" he shot back, his voice a low, dangerous growl. "To take notes until it kills us, to study our deaths." Alara moved between them, her own heart hammering. "Enough," her voice, though strained, carried an authority that cut through the toxic air. She looked from Bren's enraged face to Finn's pained, defiant one. "Bren, your strength is vital, but it is useless against memories. Finn, your mind is our guide, but we need his blade for the threats that are flesh and blood." She placed a hand on each of their chests, a physical barrier and a plea. "We are not a scribe, a fighter, and an engineer out here. We are one thing. We are the only thing standing between Malak and the end of history. If we break, then everything breaks." The standoff lasted for a few more heartbeats, the eerie wail of the wind, the only sound. Finally, Bren gave a curt, sharp nod, sheathing his weapon with a frustrated snap. Finn straightened his mask and adjusted his glasses, his jaw set. The immediate crisis was over, but the crack in their trust had been exposed, a fissure in the wasteland that would be just as dangerous to navigate as any toxic sinkhole or phantom army. The path ahead required more than just a knowledge of safe routes. It required a fragile, hard-won unity. The oppressive silence of the Ashen wastes was suddenly and violently shattered. One moment, there was nothing but the shifting gray dust and their own muffled footsteps. The next, figures seemed to coalesce from the haze itself, rising from hidden hollows and dropping from the skeletal remains of a rusted transport vehicle. They were a band of 6, maybe 7, their forms completely shrouded in layers of ragged, ash-colored cloth, their faces hidden behind goggles and scarves, caked with the gray grime of the wastes. They moved with a practiced, predatory silence, encircling Alara's group with an efficiency that spoke of countless such ambushes. The leader, a broad-shouldered figure with a heavy, rust-spotted crowbar resting on their shoulder, stepped forward. The demand, when it came, was a guttural rasp, devoid of courtesy or threat. It was simply a statement of the new, harsh reality. "Toll for the path," the figure grunted. "You pay to walk the safe ground." Bren's reaction was instantaneous. He shifted his weight, his hand flying to the hilt of his weapon, his body tensing like a spring, ready to uncoil into violence. "We don't pay thieves," he snarled, his voice a challenge that cut through the filtered air. The atmosphere, already thick with tension, snapped taut. The other scavengers tightened their circle, their own makeshift weapons. A sharpened rebar, a heavy chain, a knife forged from a shard of glass, coming to ready positions. This was the edge of a precipice, and Bren's pride was about to shove them all over it. But before the situation could erupt into a bloody and likely fatal conflict, Alara moved. She placed herself slightly in front of Bren, not with aggression, but with a calm, open-handed gesture of parley. "We are not your enemies," she stated, her voice clear and steady, a stark contrast to the guttural demands and Bren's hot anger. "We are scribes of the end. We carry no coin, no precious metal, but we carry knowledge." Her mind raced, scanning the mental inventory of her pack. They had nothing of obvious material value to these people who lived by salvage and scrap. But they had something perhaps more rare. Her fingers found a specific, cylindrical case. It was not the originals, of course. Those were sacred, but part of a scribe's duty was to create duplicates, copies of less critical records to use for trade or to spread knowledge to outlying settlements. She drew forth a scroll, its parchment crisp and covered in her own meticulous handwriting, detailing the architectural principles of Inmener's ancient aqueducts and water purification systems, invaluable, practical knowledge for survival in a broken world. She held it out. "This scroll can teach you to find clean water, to build filters that will remove the toxins from this waste. It can show you how to reinforce structures against collapse. This knowledge is your tribute. It is worth more than any scrap of metal you will ever find." The lead scavenger was silent for a long moment, their goggled gaze fixed on the offered scroll. There was a palpable hesitation, a war between ingrained suspicion and the dawning recognition of an offer too valuable to refuse. The other scavengers glanced at their leader, waiting for the signal to attack or stand down. It was in this fragile, suspended moment that Finn acted. He had been silently observing, his engineer's eyes not on the weapons, but on the scavenger's gear. He noticed the frayed strap on the leader's pack, the poorly spliced wiring on another's glow lamp, the squealing pivot on a third's dust goggles. He saw not threats, but broken things in need of fixing. Slowly, deliberately, he slung his own pack off his shoulder and set it on the ground. "The scribe speaks truth," he said, his tone matter of fact, devoid of any fear or condescension. "But knowledge is a future tool. Perhaps I can offer something for the present." He pointed to the leader's crowbar, whose head was loose on the haft. "A swing with that, and the head may fly off into the ash. A few minutes with my tools, and I can seat it fast, permanently." He then nodded to the man with the flickering lamp. "And I can get that light burning steady again. No one should be in the dark out here." The shift in the dynamic was immediate and profound. The offer of repair was a language they understood far better than the abstract value of ancient knowledge. It was immediate, tangible, and spoke to their daily struggle for functionality in a world that was constantly breaking down. The leader gave a slow, considering nod, lowering the crowbar and handing it to Finn. The silence that followed was no longer hostile, but occupied by the efficient, familiar sounds of Finn's work, the scrape of a file, the tightening of a bolt, the gentle click of a resoldered connection. As he worked, he spoke to them not as adversaries, but as fellow survivors, asking about the weight of the crowbar's balance, the common failures of the lamp wiring. The scavengers watched, their suspicion giving way to a grudging, then genuine, respect for his obvious skill. When Finn handed back the perfectly secured crowbar and the brightly burning lamp, the leader hefted the tool with a satisfied grunt. The tension had completely dissolved. The scavengers were no longer ambushers, but temporary allies forged in the practical currency of repair. As Alara's group made to move on, the leader stopped them with a final, low warning. The path you walk, others have come this way, not like you. They wear black sashes on their arms. They do not ask for toll. They demand, they take. And they leave fear behind them like a stain. The Scavenger's voice was grim. They whisper of a man named Malak. They say he is remaking the world by burning its memories. They are his hands, and they are close. With that, the band of scavengers melted back into the gray haze as silently as they had arrived, leaving behind not a threat, but a crucial piece of intelligence. The enemy had a name, a symbol, and a presence. The race had just become much more dangerous. The lead scavenger's grim warning about Malak's followers hung in the toxic air like a promise of violence, propelling the trio forward with a renewed and urgent dread. They moved with a heightened alertness, every shifting dune of ash and every skeletal ruin now a potential ambush point for the black-sashed enforcers. Elara's focus was absolute, her eyes scanning the barren ground, not just for safe passage, but for the one thing they desperately needed to find, a sign of Lyra. They were following the most direct route a lone scribe would take toward the rumored locations of Malak's camp, a path fraught with danger, but clear in its intention. For a while, there was nothing but the endless, crushing gray. Then, tucked against the leeward side of a massive, half-buried statue of a forgotten king, they found it. The campsite was a small, pathetic monument to sudden violence. A bedroll was unfurled haphazardly, as if someone had risen quickly from a restless sleep. A single, overturned cup lay nearby, a dark stain of whatever herbal brew it had contained seeping into the ash, but it was the other details that told the true story. The ground around the bedroll was churned up, not by the constant wind, but by the deep, scrambling scuffs of boots. A long, shallow groove in the ash led away from the site, the unmistakable drag mark of a heel being pulled against its will. This was not the tidy departure of a willing traveler. This was the scene of a struggle. It was Finn, with his engineer's eye for incongruity, who spotted the most telling detail of all. Partially buried in the ash near the base of the Stone King was a smaller statue, a common votive figure meant to represent an open hand offering guidance. This one was made of cheap plaster, and it was cracked clean across the palm, but clutched within that broken stone hand, as if it had been desperately grabbed and then snapped off in a moment of chaos, was a small, familiar object. Elara's breath caught in her throat. She knelt, brushing the fine gray powder away with a reverence that felt obscene in this place of violation. It was the second clay fragment. The lines and symbols etched on its surface were the mirror image of the one she carried, the missing piece that completed the route to the Heart Vault. Lyra had it. She had succeeded in her betrayal, and then she had lost it. The pieces of the terrible new reality clicked into place in Elara's mind with the cold, sharp finality of a lock snapping shut. Lyra had not simply changed her mind and decided to come home. She hadn't dropped the fragment in a moment of carelessness. The evidence was all here, painted in the brutal language of the wastes. She had been caught. Malak's followers, the very people she had sought to join, had ambushed her here. She must have tried to use the fragment as a bargaining chip, a ticket to an audience with their leader. But they weren't interested in bargaining. they were interested in taking. The struggle, the dragged heel, the fragment dropped and clutched in a moment of futile desperation by a broken statue. It all pointed to one inescapable conclusion. Malak had no use for allies. He only had use for tools, and when a tool had served its purpose or became inconvenient, it was discarded. He had betrayed Lyra the moment she delivered herself to him. Her ideology, her belief in his purified future, meant nothing to him. She was just another resource to be plundered and then abandoned. The stakes of their mission had just been catastrophically rewritten. It was no longer a simple pursuit to intercept a traitor and reclaim a stolen object. The object was now in their hands, the map complete. They could turn around right now. They could take this precious key and race for the Heart Vault, fulfilling their original mission and securing the Master Chronicle against Malak's fire. It was the logical, strategic choice, the choice Elder Kale would have advocated for. But as Alara looked from the churned-up ash to the fragment clutched in the stone hand, she knew with a cold certainty that there was no longer any such thing as a purely strategic choice. To leave now would be to condemn Lyra to whatever torture or execution Malak had planned for a tool he no longer needed. It would be to become complicit in the very cruelty they were fighting against. Malak's philosophy was that some people were expendable for the greater good. Theirs was that every life, every story, held value. To win by adopting his methods would be to lose everything they were fighting for. She looked up at Finn and Bren, holding the completed map fragment in her palm. Finn's face was a mask of grim understanding. He had already reached the same tactical and moral crossroads. Bren's expression was darker, a storm of conflicting duty and anger. He had wanted to confront Lyra, to make her answer for her betrayal, but this was different. This was an offense against the very code he lived by. Alara's voice, when she spoke, was low and steady, forged in the fire of this new resolve. The mission has changed, she stated, her words leaving no room for debate. We are not just securing the past in Nmenor, we are saving one of our own. We find Lyra, we get her out, and then we finish this. The map was complete, but their path had just become infinitely more complicated and far more dangerous. They were no longer just chroniclers on a quest. They were a rescue team, walking directly into the lion's den. The completed map fragment burned a hole in Alara's satchel, a constant, heavy reminder that their direct path to the Heart Vault was now a detour into the heart of danger itself. The Ashen wastes eventually began to yield to a new, more formidable terrain. The endless, rolling plains of gray dust funneled into a narrow, terrifying fissure in the earth, a deep scar left by the same cataclysm that had shattered Inmener. This was the Canyon of Whispers, a place spoken of in the oldest, most fearful chronicles. From a distance, it appeared as a simple geological feature, its towering, striated walls of red and ochre stone rising like the sides of a colossal tomb. But as they approached its gaping maw, the true nature of the place made itself known. It wasn't silent. A low, pervasive hum filled the air, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the bones. And then came the voices. They were not loud, not at first. They were fragments, like pieces of 1,000 different conversations, drifting from a room just out of sight. A child's laugh, abruptly cut off, a shouted order from a long-dead captain, a whispered prayer, a sob of despair, a fragment of a love song. The voices of the past did not echo here. They lived here, entrapped in the unique mineral composition and acoustics of the stone, replaying the final, emotional moments of the collapse on an endless, disorienting loop. To step into the canyon was to be immersed in a sea of ghosts, each one clamoring for attention, each one pulling at the edges of sanity. The sheer weight of so much collective memory was a psychological assault, far more terrifying than any physical threat they had yet faced. Elara, though her heart hammered against her ribs, had a tool the others did not. Her hand went to the cool, familiar metal of the Scribe medallion hanging around her neck. It was not merely a symbol of office. It was a functional device, a sophisticated recording and playback instrument used to preserve oral histories. With trembling fingers, she activated it, calling up a specific file, a low, steady, rhythmic chanting of historical dates and lineages, a dry, monotonous recitation she had used for meditation during her training. She held the medallion close to her ear, the bland, factual drone of a long-dead archivist, creating a bubble of focused, present-moment reality amidst the chaotic emotional storm. "Stay close to me," she instructed Finn and Bren, her voice strained as she fought to concentrate. "Focus on my voice. The echoes lie. They want to pull you into the past." Do not listen. For Finn, the experience was one of horrified fascination. His analytical mind, which usually sought to understand and categorize, was completely overwhelmed by the sensory input. He flinched as a woman's scream of pure terror sounded just behind his left ear, spinning around to find nothing but empty air. He stumbled as a crowd's panic stampede seemed to surge around him, a pressure he could feel but not see. He was a man who dealt in solid, tangible things: gears, stone, logic. This assault on the senses was a form of torture for which he had no defense, and he found himself clinging to the sound of Alara's voice like a lifeline, his usual composure shattered. For Bren, the Canyon of Whispers was a personalized hell. The voices did not just disorient him, they accused him. The guilt he carried over his reckless charge in the wastes, the elbow he'd thrown into Finn's ribs, the near disaster he had caused. It festered inside him, an open wound. And the echoes found it. The shouts of long-dead soldiers seemed to morph into the angry yells of his fellow guards, blaming him for failures in drills years past. The sound of a collapsing structure became the sound of the bridge he'd almost doomed them on. A phantom child's cry sounded exactly like that of a young scribe he'd sworn to protect, a promise he now felt he was failing with every step. He walked with his head down, his shoulders hunched, each whisper a lash against his conscience. He wasn't just battling the canyon, he was battling the amplified echo of his own perceived failures, and he was losing. It was Finn's desperate need for something, anything, to focus on that saved them. While Alara fought to maintain their mental path, and Bren battled his demons, Finn forced his engineer's gaze onto the physical world, scanning the canyon walls for anything that wasn't a trick of sound or shadow. And then he saw it. Partially obscured by an ancient, petrified vine was a panel of dark, polished stone set into the canyon wall, utterly unlike the rough, natural rock around it. Etched into its surface were intricate patterns of gears and conduits, and at its center, a single, clear crystal lens. It was a piece of ancient technology, a relic from the old world that had somehow survived the collapse. His professional curiosity momentarily overpowering his fear, he moved toward it, brushing centuries of dust from the surface. His fingers traced the patterns. "This isn't natural," he called out, his voice barely a whisper, yet carrying clearly to Alara over the medallion's drone. "It's a resonator, an amplification array." The Inmenorians must have built it, to listen, to study the echoes. The implications were staggering. This wasn't just a haunted place. It was a recorded library of sound, and this panel was its control mechanism. His mind, ever practical, began to race through the possibilities. If I can activate it, if I can tune it, focus the amplification on a specific frequency, a specific time, it might not just amplify the noise, it could clarify it. It could pinpoint a single thread through this chaos. It might even reveal a path, a safe route that was used before the collapse, now hidden by the auditory chaos. Bren, shaken from his guilt-ridden stupor by the prospect of tangible action, was immediately and violently opposed. "Are you mad?" he hissed, his eyes wide with alarm. "You want to make this louder. This is what's driving us toward the edge, and you want to pour more of it into our heads. It won't reveal a path. It will shatter our minds. We need to run through this place, not stop to tinker with the very thing that's trying to kill us." The standoff was immediate, a perfect reflection of their natures. Finn's belief in technology and reason versus Bren's instinct for survival and direct action. The machine represented a terrifying gamble, a choice between potential salvation and certain madness, and the endless, whispering voices of the canyon seemed to grow louder, waiting to see what they would decide. The argument was a physical thing in the narrow space, a clash of ideologies as stark as the stone walls surrounding them. Bren's protest was a raw, visceral rejection of the very idea, his hand gripping the hilt of his weapon, as if the machine itself were an enemy to be struck down. "You're listening to him," he demanded, his voice a strained whisper that fought against the rising tide of phantom noise. "He wants to pour more of this poison into our heads." "It's a death wish." Finn, though pale and shaken, stood his ground, his engineer's mind latching onto the logic of his discovery like an anchor in a storm. "It's not poison, it's data. We can control it, focus it. It's our only chance to find a way through this that doesn't rely on blind luck." The decision rested on Alara, the weight of it silencing the cacophony in her own mind. She looked from Bren's desperate, fearful eyes to Finn's determined, analytical gaze. Bren saw a monster to be fled. Finn saw a tool to be used. She saw both, and she saw the path forward. To do nothing was to remain adrift in this sea of whispers until they broke, their mission ending in madness among the ghosts. To act was an enormous risk, a gamble with their very sanity as the stake. But the completed map in her satchel and the thought of Lyra in Malak's clutches left no room for caution. They needed a shortcut. They needed certainty. "Finn," she said, her voice cutting through the din with an authority that surprised even her. "Do it, but be quick. Find us a path." Bren let out a sharp, frustrated breath, turning away to scan the canyon for the very real threats he was certain would come, but he did not try to stop them. This was her call. Finn needed no further encouragement. His hands, usually so steady with delicate tools, trembled slightly as he traced the etched conduits on the dark panel. He muttered to himself, a stream of technical terms and calculations that were his own form of protective chant against the whispering onslaught. He found a series of nearly invisible crystal dials and began to turn them, his ear pressed close to the stone, listening for a change in the chaotic frequency. For a long, terrifying moment, nothing happened. Then the world dissolved. The disparate, overlapping whispers didn't just get louder, they coalesced. The sound became a physical force, a pressure in the air that made their teeth vibrate. A single voice, that of a long-dead cartographer, boomed through the canyon, clear and unmistakable, reciting coordinates and landmarks as if he were standing right beside them. The mark the third pillar, where the serpent stone drinks the sky, bypassed the fallen gate by the western fissure. As he spoke, the very rock seemed to respond. A section of the canyon wall, 20 paces ahead, which had appeared utterly solid, began to shimmer like a mirage. The amplified sound waves were interacting with the unique mineral deposits, causing a camouflaging layer of dust and lichen to shake free, revealing the dark, yawning mouth of a cave entrance that had been hidden for centuries. Finn had done it. He had tuned the echo of a dead man's directions into a key, but the triumph was horrifically short-lived. The same amplification that had clarified the ancient cartographer's voice also magnified every other sound in the canyon to a deafening roar. The collective screams of the dying city became a soul-rending wall, and it was this wall of anguish that drew the hunters. From fissures high up in the canyon walls, shapes began to drop. They were lean, hairless creatures, their skin a mottled gray that perfectly matched the stone. Their most striking feature was their ears, enormous membranous dishes that twitched and swiveled, independent of each other, tracking the source of the devastatingly loud noises. Their eyes were tiny, black, and blind. They navigated their world entirely through sound, and the Resonator had just served them a deafening banquet. They moved with a terrifying, skittering grace, their long claws scraping against the stone as they scrambled downward, drawn directly to the source of the sonic explosion. The three living, breathing, and now desperately vulnerable figures standing by the machine. "Go now," Alara screamed, shoving Finn toward the newly revealed cave mouth. There was no time for strategy, no time for fear. It was pure, instinctual flight. They ran, their boots slipping on the loose shale, the skittering, clicking sounds of the pursuing creatures closing in behind them. Bren, his earlier objections forgotten in the face of a tangible foe he could fight, brought up the rear, his weapon held ready. He didn't engage. He simply ran backward for a few paces, his presence a threatening barrier between the creatures and his companions. They plunged into the absolute darkness of the cave, the temperature dropping instantly. The last thing Elara saw before the darkness swallowed them was the leader of the sound-sensitive pack, landing silently where they had just stood, its head cocked, its massive ears aimed directly at them. Finn and Bren put their shoulders to a large, loose stone that was partially blocking the entrance, heaving with all their might. With a grating rumble that sounded catastrophically loud in the confined space, the stone slid into place, sealing the entrance and plunging them into a silence that was as absolute as it was terrifying. They were safe from the immediate threat, but they were now entombed in a pitch-black labyrinth, deeper in unknown territory than they had ever been, with no way of knowing what or who might already be calling this place home. The absolute blackness of the sealed cave was a physical presence, so complete it felt like a weight on their eyes. For several long, heart-pounding moments, the only sounds were their own ragged breathing and the frantic hammering of blood in their ears. a stark contrast to the deafening chaos they had just escaped. Slowly, as their vision adjusted to the non-light, a faint, ethereal glow began to reveal itself. It wasn't the warm, welcoming light of a lamp or the sun, but a soft, phosphorescent blue emanating from intricate veins of moss that traced across the walls and ceiling of the cavern like a celestial map. The light was just enough to illuminate the impossible sight that surrounded them. They were standing in a gallery of ghosts. The walls of the vast cavern were not rough, natural stone. They were smooth, meticulously prepared plaster, and covering every available inch were murals of breathtaking scale and devastating detail. This was the Cave of Forgotten Tales, a place spoken of in the most obscure scribbled legends, always considered a myth. The paintings depicted the history of Inmener, but not the sanitized, official version the kingdom's leaders had once promoted in their grand halls. This was the raw, unfiltered truth, recorded by unknown artists who had chosen this hidden place as their final canvas. Here was the opulent court of the last king, but the artists had captured the avarice in his counselor's eyes, the fear in the servants' postures. There was a panoramic scene of the great fleets setting sail for conquest, but also smaller, heartbreaking vignettes in the margins. A child weeping as a parent was conscripted, a farmer watching his fields burn to feed the war machine. These were the stories that had been left out of the Chronicles, the truths too uncomfortable, too damning to be preserved in the light of day. The Scribes of the End had dedicated their lives to saving history, but here was a history they never even knew existed, a deeper, darker layer of truth fading on the walls of a forgotten cave. Alara stood transfixed, her mission momentarily forgotten in the face of this overwhelming discovery. Her scribe's soul screamed in both agony and ecstasy. Agony, because the murals were deteriorating before her very eyes. Whole sections had flaked away into dust on the cavern floor. Colors had faded to faint ghosts of their former brilliance. This entire archive, this priceless repository of unvarnished truth, was crumbling into nothingness, unseen and unknown. Ecstasy, because she was here. She was witnessing it, with trembling hands that were no longer just from fear or exhaustion, but from a profound, reverent urgency. She tore open her satchel. She ignored the precious map fragment, ignored her rations. Her fingers closed around her charcoal sticks and a roll of blank parchment. This was why she was a scribe. This was her purpose, magnified 1,000-fold. She began to document frantically, her hand flying across the page, not with artistic skill, but with the desperate speed of a preservationist in a race against time. She sketched the outlines of figures, scrawled notes about colors and scenes, capturing as much of the lost truth as she could before it vanished forever. Each stroke of charcoal was an act of defiance against oblivion. While Alara was lost in her frantic, sacred task, Finn's mind was engaged in a different kind of archaeology. His engineer's eyes, accustomed to seeing function in form, scanned the cavern not for its story, but for its structure. He noticed something Alara, in her historical rapture, had missed. The murals were not painted on a flat, continuous wall. Certain sections were framed by seams in the rock, and at the very center of the chamber, the magnificent mural of the celestial city itself was painted on a vast, circular stone slab that was slightly recessed from the surrounding wall. The phosphorescent moss seemed to deliberately avoid this area, and the floor before it was unusually smooth and worn. It wasn't a natural formation, it was a door. A mechanism. His fingers, sensitive to the slightest variation in texture, traced the nearly invisible seam around the giant disc. He found no lever, no keyhole, no obvious means of activation. Then his boot scuffed against something on the floor. A series of flat, pressure-sensitive stones set into the ground, each carved with a different symbol from Inmener's complex history. A star, a wave, a crown, a quill. It was a puzzle lock, a test of knowledge, not force. Elara, he called, his voice a low whisper that still managed to echo in the vast space. I need you. It's a mechanism. She looked up from her sketching, her eyes wide with the conflict of being pulled from her life's work, but his tone brooked no delay. She joined him, her eyes instantly recognizing the symbols. It's a chronological sequence, she breathed, her historian's mind engaging with the problem. The founding of the city under the Star of Aramuth, then the expansion to the Sea of Sighs, the coronation of the First Dynasty, and the signing of the Great Accord with the Scribes. She pointed to each stone in turn. We have to step on them in the correct historical order. It's not a test of strength, it's a test of memory. With Finn guiding her to the precise spots, she stepped on the stones one after another. With each correct step, a deep, resonant clunk echoed from within the wall. When she pressed the final stone, the quill, the entire circular slab of stone, the one depicting the glorious city, began to grind inward and then slide sideways with the sound of moving mountains, revealing a dark, descending passageway that exhaled a breath of air so ancient and dry it made them cough. The way was open. The path, according to the now completed map in her satchel, led downward toward the heart vault. They were on the threshold of their ultimate goal. And that is when they heard it, faint, distorted by the twisting tunnels of the cave system, but unmistakable. A voice, a human voice. It was a weak, broken sob, followed by a ragged, desperate cry for help. It was Lyra. The sound seemed to originate not from the newly opened passage downward, but from a narrow, crumbling side tunnel to their left, a fissure that looked unstable and utterly treacherous. The cry came again, filled with a pain and fear that was horrifyingly real. Is anyone there? Please. The voice cracked and faded into a fit of coughing. The choice that landed upon them in that moment was brutal and immediate, tearing them in two diametrically opposed directions. Before them was the open passage, the culmination of their entire desperate journey, the path to the Master Chronicle itself. Every instinct, every ounce of their training, every sacrifice made by Bren and others screamed at them to take it, to secure the ultimate prize before Malak could find it. To complete their mission and save the history of a world. But to their left, down a dark and dangerous rabbit hole, was the voice of a friend. A traitor, yes, but one who had been betrayed in turn, now wounded, trapped, and utterly alone. To pursue the vault was to potentially leave Lyra to a slow, lonely death in the dark. To rescue her was to risk everything. To delay, to potentially get lost or trapped themselves. To give Malak the precious time he needed to find the vault and accomplish his goal. They could not do both. The future of memory itself was balanced against the life of one flawed, fallen individual. In the eerie blue glow of the forgotten tales, Alara looked from the dark descent to the even darker side tunnel, the weight of an impossible decision settling on her soul. The silence in the cavern was absolute for a single, agonizing heartbeat, broken only by the faint drip of water and the frantic thrum of Alara's own pulse. The open passage before them exhaled the dry, ancient air of the heart vault, a siren's call to their ultimate goal. To their left, the weak, broken sob from the side tunnel was a chain pulling at her conscience. Finn's hand was already on her arm, his voice a low, urgent pressure in the eerie blue glow. "Alara, the vault, we are right here. We have to secure it." "It's the entire mission." His logic was a solid, unassailable wall. Bren, for once, was silent, his conflicted gaze darting between the two tunnels, his duty to protect the mission, warring with his instinct to aid anyone in clear distress. But for Alara, the choice was not a calculation. It was a fundamental truth, as core to her being as the ink on her fingers. She looked at the two men, her face a mask of resolve etched in the phosphorescent light. "We are scribes," she said, her voice quiet but carrying the weight of their entire oath. "We preserve truth. But if that truth is built on abandoning someone to die in the dark, then what is it worth? What are we preserving? A record of our own failure?" She didn't wait for their agreement. Turning her back on the open passage to salvation, she plunged into the narrow, crumbling side tunnel, calling Lyra's name into the darkness. The fissure was a treacherous descent, barely wide enough for their shoulders, the walls slick with an unnatural dampness that smelled of rust and decay. They had to move sideways, shuffling carefully as loose stones clattered away into the impenetrable blackness below. Lyra's cries grew louder, guiding them downward until the tunnel finally opened into a small, domed cavern. The scene was one of deliberate cruelty. Lyra was half-pinned beneath a heavy, collapsed section of the ceiling, not enough to crush her completely, but enough to trap her leg in an agonizing vise of stone. Her face was a mess of bruises, one eye swollen shut, and her scribe's robes were torn and stained with dirt, and what looked disturbingly like blood. She flinched as their light fell upon her, a raw, animal fear in her eyes until she recognized Elara. Then the fear shattered, replaced by a wave of such profound shame and relief that she could only sob, her body trembling uncontrollably. Alara was at her side in an instant, her hands gentle as she assessed the trap. Finn was already at work, using a metal rod from his pack to carefully leverage the rock, his movements precise and efficient. Bren stood guard at the tunnel entrance, his weapon drawn, his body a tense barrier against any threat that might have followed them down. As Finn worked, Lyra's story spilled out in ragged, gasping bursts between winces of pain. Malak's followers had indeed ambushed her at the campsite. They had taken the map fragment without a second glance, then dragged her before their leader. She had expected a welcome, an acknowledgement of her shared vision. Instead, she found only cold, contemptuous efficiency. "He didn't want a partner," Lyra whispered, her voice hoarse. "He wanted a key, and when he had it, he wanted to see if the key knew any more secrets." She shuddered, her good eye glazing over with the memory. Malak had questioned her, not with shouts, but with a terrifying, soft-spoken intensity. When her answers, pleas about their shared goal of a purified future, did not satisfy him, his enforcers had stepped in. The beating was methodical, designed to inflict maximum pain without rendering her unconscious. They wanted her lucid. They wanted her terrified. "He believes the past is a sickness," she croaked, a tear cutting a clean path through the grime on her cheek. And he is the cure. He doesn't just want to destroy the Master Chronicle. He wants to perform a ritual, a purification by fire at the moment of the next eclipse. He says the moon's shadow will bless the erasure, make it absolute and permanent. The eclipse. Alara's blood ran cold. They had been tracking the days, but the urgency of their journey had blurred the count. It was mere hours away. With a final, grating heave from Finn, the rock shifted enough for Lyra to pull her leg free. It was badly bruised, possibly broken, and she cried out in pain as she moved. As Alara and Finn helped her to her feet, supporting her weight, Lyra's trembling hand went to a hidden pocket inside her torn tunic. She pulled out a small, oilskin pouch and pressed it into Alara's hand. "I took this back from them when they were distracted," she said, her voice thick with a painful mix of pride and remorse. "I failed in everything else. But I couldn't let him have this." Inside the pouch was the second clay fragment. Alara's own piece felt like it burned in response from her satchel. The map was now physically complete, held in her hands by the very person who had tried to destroy its purpose. The dynamic of their group had irrevocably shifted. They had the complete guide, they had a rescued ally, but they also had a devastating new deadline and a severe liability. Lyra could barely stand, let alone walk. Every step was a slow, agonizing process, her weight supported between Alara and Finn, her breath hitching with pain. Bren took the lead, scouting the path back through the narrow fissure, his impatience a visible energy he struggled to contain. The glorious, open passage to the vault still waited for them, but their pace was now a crawl. Each painful, shuffling step was a drumbeat, counting down the minutes to the eclipse. The race was no longer just against Malak's whereabouts. It was against the celestial clock, and the shadow of the moon was rising faster than they could move. The cost of their compassion was time, and it was a price they could all feel bleeding away with every labored breath Lyra took. The narrow fissure finally spat them out, not into the open air they craved, but onto a precarious stone ledge overlooking a chasm so vast and deep, its bottom was swallowed by an abyssal gloom. The air here was different, a cold, howling wind that tore at their clothes and carried the distant, mournful cry of some unseen creature far below. Spanning this terrifying gulf was their only path forward, a bridge. But it was a bridge in name only. It was a fragile, arching spine of ancient stone, little more than a jagged, uneven walkway without rails. Its surface cracked and webbed with fissures that seemed to pulse with every gust of wind. It looked less like a feat of engineering and more like a fossilized bone, brittle and waiting to snap under the slightest pressure. The sight of it made Finn's blood run cold. His engineer's mind instantly calculated load-bearing ratios, structural integrity, and the catastrophic probability of failure. "It won't hold us," he stated, his voice flat with the grim certainty of fact. "Not all of us, not with our combined weight. The mortar is gone. It's just gravity and luck holding it together." Elara's heart sank. They were so close. The completed map, now a heavy, fused hole in her satchel, indicated the heart vault lay just on the other side of this impossible divide. To be stopped here, at the final terrestrial obstacle, was a cruelty that felt personally designed by the universe. It was in this moment of paralyzed assessment that the decision was made for them. Movement flickered on the far side of the chasm. Figures emerged from a similar cave mouth opposite theirs, their forms sharp and purposeful against the stark rock. They wore the distinctive black sashes of Malak's enforcers. There were 4 of them, armed with clubs and jagged metal blades, their faces hard and impatient. They had clearly been sent ahead as an advance team, scouts to secure the approach to the vault. Their leader, a hulking man with a scar bisecting his lip, pointed across the chasm directly at them, a predatory grin spreading across his face. They had been found. The calculus of their situation changed in an instant. It was no longer a question of if the bridge would hold, but who would cross it and who would ensure they could. Bren didn't hesitate. He didn't ask for permission or propose a debate. He simply stepped forward, planting his feet firmly at the very edge of the crumbling ledge, his body a solid, unyielding barrier between his companions and the threat. He unslung his weapon, the well-worn metal glinting dully in the faint light. "Go," he commanded, his voice not a request but an order, low and steady despite the wind whipping around them. "Get her across, get the map to the vault. I'll hold this end." Elara's protest died in her throat before it could form. Every fiber of her being, every principle of her oath that valued every life, screamed at her to argue, to find another way. But she looked at Finn, his face pale with fear, but set with determination. She looked at Lyra, leaning heavily against the cavern wall, her eyes wide with a fresh terror. She looked at the 4 armed scouts, already testing the first stones of the bridge with their boots, their intent clear. There was no other way. This was the brutal arithmetic of survival that she had always been shielded from in the archive. To save the future, a price had to be paid in the present. Her throat tight with a grief she had no time to feel, she gave a single sharp nod. Bren was all she could manage, a choked whisper that carried a universe of gratitude and apology. Bren didn't look back. He met the first scout as the man set foot on the bridge proper. The fight was not a duel, it was a demolition. Bren fought with a terrifying, furious economy of motion, every block, parry, and strike, designed not for glory, but to create maximum obstruction. He used the bridge's narrow width to his advantage, making himself the bottleneck they had to overcome. He wasn't trying to kill them all. He was trying to slow them down, to buy seconds with his own body as the currency. The sounds of the conflict were stolen by the wind, the grunts of effort, the clang of metal on metal, the cry of a scout who misstepped and vanished into the chasm without a sound. Alara and Finn half-carried, half-dragged a sobbing Lyra onto the treacherous span. Every step was a prayer. The ancient stones shifted and groaned under their feet, small fragments breaking off the edges and disappearing into the void. They didn't dare look down, focusing only on the far side, on the solid ground that seemed 1,000 miles away. They were halfway across when the sound they had all been dreading echoed over the wind. A deep, sickening crack, like the spine of the world breaking, reverberated through the stone beneath them. A major fissure, previously hidden by dust and shadow, split open directly in the center of the bridge. The entire structure shuddered violently, lurching downward on Bren's side with a wrenching groan of protesting rock. The fight stopped. Everyone froze, the immediacy of their conflict momentarily erased by the much larger threat of the collapsing ground beneath them. The bridge was breaking in two, and they were all still on it, The world seemed to freeze, every sound swallowed by the groaning abyss beneath them. The bridge hung at a terrifying angle, a seesaw of stone and dust, poised to send them all into the void. On the lower end, Bren regained his footing, his eyes locking with Alara's across the fractured divide. In that shared glance, an entire conversation passed between them. There was no fear in his eyes, only a fierce, blazing resolve. He saw the scouts regrouping, ready to risk the crumbling span to get to the map. He saw Finn, desperately trying to keep Lyra upright on the sloping, unstable surface. He saw Alara, her face a mask of horror and understanding. He knew the numbers, he knew the physics, and he knew, with a heartbreaking certainty, that there was only one equation that ended with the map and the future reaching the other side. He gave her the faintest nod, a final salute. Then he moved. It wasn't a frantic act of desperation. It was a deliberate, calculated maneuver. He dropped his weapon, letting it clatter into the darkness below. With his hands now free, he grabbed the thick, frayed ropes that served as the bridge's only remaining support cables on his side. They were ancient, woven from materials that had hardened to the strength of iron, but were now stressed to their absolute limit. From his belt, he drew not a weapon, but a simple, sharp utility knife, a tool for cutting rope and cloth, never meant for this. With a roar that was part effort, part final defiance, he put all his weight and strength into sawing at the thick cords. The sound was a sickening tear, a protest of fibers giving way after centuries of holding fast. The scouts on his side, finally realizing his intent, stopped their advance, their faces shifting from aggression to sheer panic. They began to back away, but it was too late. With a final, deafening snap, the ropes on Bren's side gave way completely. The entire structure lurched violently. The far end, where Alara, Finn, and Lyra clung, dropped several feet with a jarring impact as the counterweight of Bren's section vanished. But it held, now an unstable ramp leading to safety. Bren's section of the bridge, now completely detached, peeled away from the cliff face. For a breathtaking moment, Bren stood silhouetted against the vast openness, a figure of absolute courage. Then he, the scouts, and the shattered stone plummeted downward, swallowed by the shadows of the chasm, without a sound. The silence that followed was more deafening than the collapse. It was a void of sound, of hope, of breath. Alara could only stare at the empty space where he had been, her mind refusing to process the magnitude of the sacrifice. It was Finn, ever the pragmatist even through his own shock, who broke the spell. Move now, before the rest of it goes. His voice was raw, choked with emotion, but it held the urgency they needed. They scrambled the last few feet on hands and knees, the stone grinding ominously beneath them, and threw themselves onto the solid ground of the far ledge, just as another large section of the bridge sheared off and followed Bren into the depths. They lay there for a long time, gasping, trembling, the wind howling a dirge for their friend. Grief was a physical weight, threatening to pin them to the stone forever. Lyra wept openly, her body shaking with sobs of pain and loss and guilt. Finn sat with his head in his hands, his shoulders slumped. Alara felt the hot sting of tears finally break free, tracing clean lines through the dust and grime on her cheeks. Bren's sacrifice was not just a loss of a protector. It was a loss of their fiercest heart, their unwavering courage. The cost of their passage was written in the emptiness of the chasm. But as the initial wave of shock receded, it left something else in its wake. A cold, hard, diamond-edged resolve. The grief did not soften them, it tempered them. It forged their purpose in the fire of ultimate loss. Malak was not just an ideological opponent anymore. He was the reason Bren was gone. He was the reason for every scraped knee, every fearful night, every story that had almost been lost. His fire would not purify. It would only create more voids, more chasms of forgotten sacrifice. Getting up felt like moving a mountain, but Alara did it. She wiped her face with the back of her sleeve, her jaw setting into a line of grim determination. She looked at Finn, then at Lyra, and extended a hand to each of them. "We mourn later," she said, her voice low but steady, carrying a new iron authority that had not been there before. "Now we finish what he helped us start." For Bren, the words were not just a promise, they were an oath sworn on the edge of the abyss. They helped each other up, their movements slower, heavier, but unified by a shared, unbreakable purpose. The path ahead was clear now, leading away from the ledge and into the mouth of a new cave, one that felt even more ancient and silent than any they had encountered. This was not a natural formation. The walls were too smooth, the angles too precise, and set into the vast, seamless surface of the rock face. Before them was a door. It was not made of wood or iron, but of a single, immense slab of a dark, crystalline stone that seemed to absorb the faint light. Its surface covered in intricate, glowing lines that formed a complex pattern of symbols, gears, and celestial alignments. This was it, the entrance to the Heart Vault, and it was sealed shut, not by a lock, but by a test of knowledge, a final, silent guardian, waiting to see if they were worthy of the truth it protected. The greatest puzzle of the lost world stood before them, and the shadow of the eclipse was drawing ever closer. The door to the Heart Vault was not merely an obstacle, it was a final examination, a last testament to the civilization it was built to protect. It rose before them, a seamless monolith of dark, polished crystal that seemed to drink the faint light from the cavern, its surface alive with the intricate web of softly glowing lines. These weren't random patterns. They formed a complex schematic of interlocking symbols, concentric circles that represented celestial bodies, and a series of levers and dials carved from the same unyielding stone. At its center was a single recessed panel featuring 5 empty slots, each shaped to accept a specific missing sigil. This was the lock, and the key was not a physical object, but a mind that held the true, unvarnished history of Inmener. For a long, terrifying moment, they simply stared, the immensity of the puzzle and the weight of Bren's sacrifice pressing down on them. The eclipse was not a distant threat anymore. It was a countdown they could feel in their bones. Finn, ever the pragmatist, ran his hands over the cool, smooth surface, searching for seams, for hidden mechanisms, for any physical weakness his engineering mind could exploit. He found nothing. "It's a single piece of crystal," he murmured, a note of awe and despair in his voice. "There's no lock to pick, no mechanism to force." It's perfect." It was Lyra, leaning heavily against the wall, her voice weak but clear, who spoke the simple, devastating truth. "It's a puzzle of knowledge." Malak, he told me about it. He said only a true historian, one who knew the story not as it was written, but as it happened, could open it. He believes his curated version is the truth. He'll never get in. Her words were a confession and a revelation. Malak, for all his obsession, was not a true scribe of the end. He was an editor, a censor. He knew the official records, the sanitized histories, but this lock demanded more. It demanded the raw, uncomfortable, and complete story. Elara's mind, still reeling from the horrors of the chasm, suddenly stilled. Her eyes, red-rimmed from tears, were focused. She wasn't looking at the puzzle on the door. She was seeing another set of images, seared into her memory just hours before. The fading, desperate murals in the cave of forgotten tales. The official chronicles spoke of the 5 pillars of Inmenor's golden age as moments of pure triumph. The signing of the Great Accord, the coronation of the first queen, the founding of the Celestial University, the dedication of the Sun Temple, and the launch of the First Fleet. But the murals had told the darker, truer story, hidden behind each glorious event. Her hands began to move with a certainty that came from somewhere beyond thought. She ignored the levers and dials for a moment, her fingers going instead to the 5 empty slots. The lock doesn't want the pillars, she whispered, more to herself than the others. It wants the cost. Her voice grew stronger as she reached for the first dial, one marked with a stylized quill. The signing of the Great Accord brought peace, but the mural showed the secret clause that exiled the entire river folk from their ancestral homes to make room for the capital's expansion. She turned the dial, not to the date of the signing, but to the date of the exile decree, a shameful secret buried in footnotes. She moved to the next, a lever beneath a carved crown. The coronation of the first queen was celebrated for unifying the tribes. She continued, her movements becoming surer, faster, but the mural showed her twin brother, the rightful heir, imprisoned in a tower so she could take the throne. She pulled the lever to a position that corresponded with the year of his mysterious disappearance. For the Celestial University, she input the date of the great student protest that was violently suppressed. For the Sun Temple, she entered the year its high priest was caught embezzling funds meant for the poor. And for the launch of the First Fleet, she did not choose the day it sailed, but the day it returned, half empty and plague-ridden. A disaster the history books had blamed on bad weather, but the mural revealed was due to the Admiral's drunken negligence. With each input, based not on public record, but on the hidden truths she had preserved in her sketches, the crystal door responded. The glowing lines pulsed with a soft, approving light. A deep, resonant hum filled the chamber, a sound that felt like the very mountain was stirring from a long slumber. With a final, thunderous clunk that echoed through the stone, the great door began to move. It didn't swing inward. It split down the center, the two halves retracting into the walls with a smooth, silent grace that belied its immense age, revealing a sliver of impenetrable darkness beyond. But the opening was wrong. It stopped after only 3 feet, leaving a gap just wide enough for a single person to squeeze through sideways. A jagged, diagonal crack in the mechanism on the left side was visibly jammed, a piece of ancient machinery finally succumbing to the stress of millennia. They had solved the puzzle, but the vault itself was too damaged to open fully. They were so close, yet still held at bay. It was in that exact moment of frustrated triumph that a new, all-too-human sound echoed from the tunnel behind them. Not the wind, not the grinding of stone. It was the cold, sharp sound of slow, deliberate applause. They turned as one, their hearts freezing in their chests. Emerging from the shadows of the approach was Malak. He was not the raving madman of legend. He was calm, dressed in simple, dark robes, his face intelligent and sharp, his eyes holding a terrifying, zealous certainty. Behind him fanned out a dozen of his black-sashed followers, their weapons drawn, their expressions grim. They had not come across the bridge. They had found another, longer path, and they had arrived at the perfect moment. "Well done, little scribe," Malak said, his voice a smooth, chilling contrast to the howling wind outside. "Truly, well done. You passed the test I could not. You see, you have proven my point exactly. You hold in your mind the very poisons that doomed us, the betrayals, the greed, the failures, and you believe preserving that sickness is a virtue." He took a step forward, his followers mirroring his movement, tightening the noose around them. The narrow ledge left them with nowhere to run. Before them was a partially open door to salvation. Behind them was an army led by a fanatic, and above them, the sky was steadily darkening as the moon began its slow crawl across the face of the sun. The eclipse was beginning. They were trapped in a standoff at the end of the world, with time itself as the enemy. The silence on the ledge was absolute, broken only by the mournful wind and the chillingly polite sound of Malak's applause. He stood before them, not as a monster, but as a man utterly convinced of his own righteousness. His face was calm, his eyes holding a light of zealous certainty that was far more terrifying than any show of rage. He took a step forward, his gaze fixed on Alara, completely ignoring the armed followers who fanned out to block any escape. "You have done what I could not," he began, his voice smooth and almost conversational, as if they were colleagues debating in the quiet of the archive. "You opened the door, you proved the key exists, but in doing so, you have also proven the sickness that lives in the heart of our history and in your own." He gestured toward the partially open vault. "You carry in your mind the precise formulas of our destruction, the dates of betrayals, the names of corrupt priests, the hidden clauses of shameful treaties. You cherish these poisons. You call them truth. I call them a cancer." He paced slowly, his words weaving a chillingly seductive narrative. "Imagine a world unburdened by this constant, gnawing memory of failure. A world where children are not taught the intricate details of their ancestors' sins, but are instead inspired by tales of pure invention, of beauty, of harmony. A world that looks forward, not backward into a graveyard of regrets. That is the future I will build, a clean slate, a purified history, not a lie, little scribe, a mercy. A surgery to remove a diseased limb, so the body may finally heal and thrive." His eyes gleamed with a fanatic's light. "What I do today is not destruction. It is an act of profound compassion for generations yet unborn." Alara felt the words like physical blows, each one a perversion of everything she held sacred. Her grief for Bren, her fear for Finn and Lyra, crystallized into a cold, sharp fury. She stepped forward, placing herself between Malak and the vault entrance, her voice low but carrying with the force of a hammer strike. "Your compassion is a prison," she countered, her words slicing through his smooth monologue. "You don't want to heal, you want to control. A clean slate is just a blank page for you to write your own story upon. You talk of mercy, but you offer amnesia. You talk of the future, but you rob it of its foundation." She gestured wildly at the world around them. "We live in the ruins of a society that chose beautiful lies over hard truths. Their downfall wasn't caused by remembering their failures. It was caused by forgetting them, by whitewashing them until the lessons were lost. Truth isn't the disease, Malak. It's the only vaccine we have. It is the foundation, however cracked and uneven, upon which any real hope must be built. Without it, we build on sand. Your purified world would be a house of cards, waiting for the first strong wind of reality to blow it over." The standoff was total. Two irreconcilable philosophies clashing on a stone ledge under a darkening sky. The eclipse was reaching its peak, casting the world into a deep, unnatural twilight. Malak's patient demeanor finally cracked. The time for debate was over. A flicker of impatience crossed his face. "Then you choose the grave over the cradle," he said, his voice losing its false warmth. He raised a hand, and one of his followers stepped forward, handing him a heavy clay pot, from which dangled a short, smoking fuse. Fire powder, enough to blow the jammed vault door to pieces and incinerate everything within. As Malak accepted the pot, his attention fully on the fuse, a movement caught Alara's eye. Lyra, forgotten and leaning against the rock wall, her body broken but her spirit newly forged in the fire of betrayal and rescue, had been slowly, painfully edging along the perimeter of the ledge. Her eyes were not on Malak or his followers, but on a seemingly innocuous section of the wall near the vault door, a patch of crystal that was a slightly different shade than the rest. It was a detail only a master scribe, someone who had studied the oldest architectural schematics, would recognize: a failsafe, a guardian. As Malak raised a lit taper toward the fuse, Lyra, with a final, agonizing surge of strength, threw her weight against the crystal panel. It sank inward with a soft click. For a heart-stopping second, nothing happened. Then, a series of sharp, percussive cracks echoed from above. Hidden apertures opened in the ceiling of the ledge, and from them shot a volley of what looked like solidified glass shards, raining down on the spot where Malak and his followers stood. They were not meant to kill, but to disorient and defend. The shards exploded on impact into a cloud of fine, glittering dust that filled the air, blinding and choking. Malak roared in surprise and fury, dropping the clay pot as he stumbled back, shielding his eyes. The fuse sputtered on the stone. The few seconds of chaos Lyra had bought them were ticking away faster than a heartbeat. The world narrowed to a single, desperate purpose. The few seconds of chaos Lyra had bought them with the ancient defense mechanism were already evaporating. The glittering, blinding dust settled, revealing Malak wiping his eyes, his face a mask of pure, incandescent rage. His followers, disoriented but recovering, began to advance. But the greater threat still lay on the ground, the clay pot of fire powder, its fuse still smoldering, a tiny, deadly serpent of light inching toward its prize. The eclipse was reaching its totality, casting the ledge and the partially open vault into a deep, eerie twilight that felt like the end of the world. Alara didn't need to speak. A single, frantic look at Finn was all it took. They moved as one, splitting their efforts with a terrifying, silent understanding. Finn, the engineer, lunged not for the chronicle, but for the source of the imminent destruction. His mind was a whirlwind of calculations: water, diversion, containment. The vault was a sealed environment. An explosion here wouldn't just damage the book, it would superheat the air and turn the entire chamber into an oven, incinerating everything. He scrambled past the jammed door, his eyes scanning the ancient architecture for any hint of the hydraulic systems that must have once cooled or cleansed this sacred space. Elara plunged into the heart vault itself. The air inside was unimaginably still and dry, smelling of ancient leather and ozone. And there, in the center of the circular chamber, resting on a pedestal of pure white quartz, was the Master Chronicle. It was even more magnificent than the legends described. The tome was the size of a small table, its covers made of a strange, pearlescent material that seemed to be fashioned from solidified moonlight. Its pages, thicker than any parchment she had ever seen, were edged in gold and silver, and the text within glowed with a soft, internal light, as if written with ink infused with captured starlight. It was the sum total of Inmener's soul, the first-hand account of its glorious rise and its catastrophic fall. To touch it felt like sacrilege. To lose it was unthinkable. But as her fingers brushed the cool, luminous page, a revelation struck her with the force of a physical blow. It was too big. It was too heavy. They could never move it. Malak didn't need to steal it. He just needed to destroy it, and its immense, singular nature made it the most vulnerable thing in the world. Preserving it wasn't enough. Preserving it right here, in this tomb, was a form of failure. The truth wasn't a relic to be locked away and worshipped by a select few. It was a seed that needed to be scattered, a story that needed to be told. It had to be shared, or it held no power at all. Outside, the clash of metal and a cry of pain signaled that Lyra had engaged Malak, buying them precious heartbeats with her own body. The vault shuddered, a shower of dust and small stones raining from the ceiling as one of Malak's followers presumably tried to force the jammed door wider. The fuse on the fire powder was halfway spent. Time was a fluid draining away. Alara's hands, moving with a speed born of absolute necessity, tore open her satchel. She ignored everything but her charcoal sticks and the small, blank clay tablets she used for taking field notes. These were her weapons. This was her act of defiance. She didn't try to copy everything. That would take a lifetime. Instead, she became a conduit for the most vital, fundamental truths. Her eyes flew across the glowing pages, her mind filtering centuries of history into its most powerful, essential components. Her hand moved in a frantic blur, etching onto the first tablet the true reason for the collapse, not a natural disaster, but the pride of a king who thought he could defy the very laws of the sea and the sky. On another, she scratched out the story of the river folk's betrayal, the original sin that had fractured the kingdom's unity. A third tablet received the blueprint of the Great Water Purifier, the technology that could save countless lives in the present. She was not copying a book. She was creating a new library, a distributed, resilient archive that could survive even if the original turned to ash. Each stroke of charcoal was an act of faith, a prayer sent into a future she might not live to see. The world outside was dissolving into bedlam. The sounds of Lyra's struggle were growing weaker, more desperate. Finn was shouting something about a pipe, his voice strained with effort. The vault trembled again, more violently this time, as the first of Malak's explosives detonated against the outer door. The great crystal monolith groaned in protest, the jagged crack in the mechanism widening. They were out of time. Elara stuffed the last of the etched tablets into her satchel, her hands black with charcoal, her heart a wild drum, counting down the final seconds of the eclipse and the final moments of their lives. The original chronicle still glowed on its pedestal, a magnificent, vulnerable treasure, but now, held against her chest, she carried its heart. The truth was no longer locked in a vault. It was in her hands, and it was ready to be set free. The chaos on the ledge reached a fever pitch, a symphony of violence and desperation, underscored by the relentless hiss of the burning fuse. Finn's mind, trained to see the underlying architecture of the world, ignored the clash of bodies and focused on the flow of potential. His eyes, stinging from the residual glitter dust, scanned the ancient stonework of the vault's exterior until he found it, a nearly invisible seam in the rock, the telltale sign of a maintenance conduit. He didn't know what was inside, only that it was a system, and a system could be manipulated. Using the pry bar from his pack, he jammed it into the crack and heaved with every ounce of strength he had left. The stone panel, unmoved for centuries, gave way with a shriek of protesting rock. Inside was not a simple pipe, but a complex web of ceramic conduits and crystalline valves, a network designed to carry water for the vault's internal climate control, or perhaps for some long-forgotten purification ritual. The main valve was seized shut, frozen by time. The fuse was a third of the way to the powder. He could hear Malak roaring, the sound of a body hitting the stone Lyra, he thought, her cry of pain, a sharp dagger in the cacophony. There was no time for finesse. He reversed the pry bar and swung it like a hammer, smashing into the network of pipes. Once, twice, the ancient ceramic cracking under the assault. On the third blow, it shattered. He had hoped for a controlled jet of water, a precise stream to kill the fuse. What he got was a cataclysm. The system wasn't fed by a gentle spring. It was tied directly to a pressurized aquifer deep within the mountain. The rupture wasn't a leak. It was an explosion of pent-up hydraulic force. A torrent of ice-cold water, black with the sediment of ages, exploded from the broken conduit with the force of a battering ram. It didn't gently douse the fuse. It obliterated the entire area where the clay pot sat, washing the fire powder into a useless, soggy sludge in a heartbeat. But the victory was instantaneous and catastrophic. The unleashed water had no place to go. It filled the narrow ledge in seconds, a churning, rising maelstrom that swept the legs out from under everyone. Malak, who had been advancing on a fallen Lyra, was caught full in the chest by the initial blast and sent tumbling backward, his shout of fury cut off as he was swallowed by the turbulent, rising water. His body swept over the side of the ledge and into the abyss of the chasm below. His followers, those not immediately knocked down, scrambled for purchase on the suddenly slick rock, their fight forgotten in a primal struggle against the flood. Inside the vault, Alara felt the shockwave through the soles of her boots, followed by the terrifying sound of a waterfall. Icy, filthy water began to pour through the partially open door, first an ankle-deep stream, then a knee-deep rush. The Master Chronicle, that magnificent, luminous tome, was moments from being submerged and ruined. Lyra, coughing and sputtering, hauled herself through the narrow opening, her body battered but her eyes alert. She saw Alara frantically trying to gather the heavy, sacred pages, and she saw the satchel of etched clay tablets, the distributed truth, sitting on the edge of the pedestal, about to be washed away. Without a word, a silent understanding passing between them that erased all past betrayal, they moved as one. Lyra threw her weight against the massive cover of the Chronicle, straining to close and seal the priceless book against the rising water, while Alara snatched up the satchel of tablets, hugging it to her chest like a child. The water was at their waists now, shockingly cold and still rising, carrying with it debris and the swirling, lost belongings of Malak's followers. The chamber, designed to be a perfect, dry sanctuary, was becoming a tomb. Then came the final, groaning protest of overstressed stone. The great crystal door, its mechanism already cracked and jammed, could not withstand the immense, unintended pressure from Finn's gambit. With a sound that felt like the mountain itself was dying, the door gave way, not by opening further, but by sliding the final few feet with a shriek of shearing crystal, slamming shut with an earth-shaking, definitive boom that sealed them in completely. The last sliver of twilight from the eclipsed sky vanished, replaced by absolute, suffocating blackness. The roar of the flooding water was suddenly muffled, contained. They were safe from Malak, safe from the flood, but they were entombed in perfect darkness, the air already tasting stale and precious, with the waters of a drowned world still rising slowly around their chests. They had saved the truth, but they had buried themselves with it. The absolute darkness was a physical thing, a heavy velvet shroud pressed against their eyes, so complete it felt like they had been struck blind. The thunderous finality of the vault door ceiling shut still echoed in their bones, a sound more felt than heard. For a long moment, there was only the ragged symphony of their own breathing, each gasp loud and strained in the suffocating silence, and the relentless, gentle lapping of the black, icy water that now swirled around their chests. The initial, heart-stopping panic was a live wire in the confined space, a primal urge to scream and thrash against the stone tomb that had become their world. They had won. They had saved the Master Chronicle from Malak's fire and the flood's ruin, but the cost of that victory was a chilling new reality. They were buried alive with their prize, entombed in the heart of the mountain, with the very history they had fought to preserve. Elara's first conscious thought, breaking through the sheer animal terror, was for the satchel. Her numb, freezing fingers fumbled at her chest, finding the oilskin pouch still secured there. She clutched it, feeling the hard, familiar edges of the clay tablets within. Each one was cool and solid under her touch, a tiny anchor of sanity in the rising tide of despair. They were safe. The distributed truth, the seeds of memory she had frantically planted, had not been washed away. Next to her, she heard Lyra's shuddering breath, a wet, pained sound. The book, Lyra whispered, her voice trembling with cold and exhaustion. Elara reached out in the blackness, her hand finding the smooth, impossibly cool surface of the Master Chronicle's sealed cover. It was still on its pedestal, the water now just inches from its lower edge. "It's safe," Alara murmured back, the words feeling hollow in the face of their own predicament. They had saved the past, but what future was left for it? It was Finn who shattered the paralysis. While the two scribes had focused on their sacred charge, his engineer's mind had already been cataloging their environment, searching for data points in the void. "Don't move," his voice cut through the darkness, calm and measured. a lifeline of pragmatism. The water is still. It's not rising anymore. It found its level. This simple observation was a small, crucial mercy. They were not going to drown, not immediately. His next words were followed by the sound of him slowly, carefully wading through the chest-deep water. The air is stale, but it's not thin. Not yet. There has to be a vent, a place for the old climate systems to breathe. They listened, holding their own breaths, and then they heard it too, the faintest, almost imperceptible sigh of moving air. It wasn't a breeze, it was a whisper, a ghost of circulation coming from high up on one wall. The search that followed was a desperate, groping ballet in the absolute dark. They used their hands as their eyes, sweeping them over the slick, cold stone of the walls, reaching up as high as they could, their fingers searching for the source of that faint breath of hope. It was Finn again who found it, his longer reach and systematic patience paying off. "Here," he said, his voice tight with effort, a grate high up near the ceiling. The sound of his fingers scraping against old, pitted metal was metallic and sharp. Alara and Lyra waded toward his voice, their hands finding his arms, then following them upward until their own fingers brushed against the ornate, rusted ironwork of a ventilation cover. It was small, no larger than a dinner plate, and set deep into the rock, but it was there, and through its ancient latticework, that precious, faint whisper of air trickled in. It was not an escape route, but it was a promise that they were not yet completely severed from the world above. They would not suffocate. They would instead face a slower, more deliberate fate, starvation and thirst in the dark, with all the truth in the world literally at their fingertips. The grim assessment settled over them like a weight. They had air, they had time, but they had no food, no water they could safely drink, and no clear way out. The magnificent vault, designed to protect its treasure from any catastrophe, had become their perfect prison. Despair threatened to swallow them whole, a more insidious enemy than Malak had ever been. It was Lyra who gave voice to it, her words a broken sigh in the blackness. "So this is it. We saved it just to die with it. The truth, preserved for eternity, would simply rot alongside them, unseen and unknown." But Alara's hand was still on the satchel of tablets. She thought of Bren's sacrifice on the bridge, his body lost to the chasm to give them this chance. She thought of the fading murals in the cave, the truths that had almost been lost forever because no one had been there to record them. She thought of the countless scribes who had come before her, who had spent their lives in quiet devotion to memory. Dying here was not an option. It was a betrayal of every single one of them. "No," she said, her voice finding a strength that defied the cold and the dark. "We are not its tomb. We are its messengers, and we are not finished yet." Her words hung in the stale air, a challenge. They had to get the truth to the surface. Not the massive, immovable chronicle itself, but the essence of it, the story. The tablets in her satchel were their message in a bottle. They just had to find a way to send it. Finn was already working, his mind having raced ahead to the same conclusion. His fingers were tracing the edges of the ventilation grate, assessing its age, its rust, its hold on the stone. "It's set deep," he muttered. "The rock around it might be weaker. The builders would have had to carve a channel for it." Then his hand went to his belt, to the small, hard leather pouch every scribe carried. Not for weapons, but for tools, styluses for etching clay, sharp, hardened metal points for incising stone. They were instruments of creation, not destruction. But in this desperate hour, they would have to become something else. They would have to become picks and chisels. The work began with a sound that was both horrifying and hopeful. The sharp, grating scrape of a bronze stylus being dragged across solid rock. Finn, the tallest and strongest, took the first shift, using the metal tool to worry at the mortar around the ancient grate. It was agonizingly slow work. Each scratch was a tiny, insignificant assault on the mountain itself. The metal stylus bent and dulled quickly. When one broke, another was taken from a pouch. They worked in shifts, one holding another on their shoulders to reach the high vent, their muscles screaming from the cold and the awkward, punishing angle. There was no conversation, only the rhythm of their labor, the scrape and chip of metal on stone, the harsh panting of effort, the occasional soft cry of frustration as a piece of rock refused to yield. Each tiny fragment that broke loose and splashed into the black water was a victory. Each millimeter of progress was a testament to a mission that had transformed. They were no longer just preserving history. They were fighting to send it back into the world. Every scratch of the stylus was a word in a new story, the story of their struggle. Every aching muscle was a sentence. Every drop of sweat that mixed with the dank water was a paragraph. They were inscribing their own chapter into the Chronicle of Inmener, not with ink on a page, but with sheer, stubborn will against an immovable object. The need to bring the truths to the surface was a fire that burned brighter than their hunger, their thirst, or their despair. They would chip away at this mountain until their strength gave out, because the alternative, to accept the darkness and the silence, was to prove Malak right all along. And that was a truth they would never, ever preserve. The final, grating scrape of metal on stone was followed not by the familiar, frustrating chip of another fragment, but by a sudden, shocking cascade of loose gravel and a blinding, impossible sliver of gray light. A collective gasping inhale was torn from their lungs as the rock around the ventilation grate finally gave way, crumbling outward to reveal not just a hole, but a passage, a narrow, steeply inclined tunnel that smelled not of stale air and ancient dust, but of cold, clean stone and the faint, wet scent of rain. A desperate, scrambling climb followed, a frantic push through the tight, constricting space fueled by the last dregs of their strength and the primal, aching need to see the sky. They tumbled out of the mountain's womb, one after the other, collapsing onto the rough floor of a small, high-altitude cave, their bodies trembling with exhaustion and disbelief. And there it was, after an eternity in the absolute blackness of the vault. The world outside was a symphony of overwhelming sensation. The air was so cold it felt like a bomb on their parched throats, carrying the crisp, clean fragrance of dawn. Before them, the cave's mouth framed a vista that stole what little breath they had left. The sun was just cresting the distant, jagged horizon, its first rays painting the endless, rolling ashen wastes in hues of rose and gold, transforming the sea of gray desolation into a landscape of breathtaking, fragile beauty. The dawn light did not just illuminate the world. It felt like it was illuminating their very souls, washing away the lingering claustrophobia of the tomb and the memory of Malak's fanaticism. They had done it. They had cheated the darkness. They were free. For a long, silent moment, they simply lay there, too spent to move, too overwhelmed to speak, watching the light slowly reclaim the world. The victory was a quiet, profound ache in their bones, tempered by the ghost of Bren's absence and the sheer, staggering cost of their survival. But that fragile peace was short-lived. The soft scuff of a boot on stone echoed from the cave entrance. Instantly, Finn was on his feet, his body tensed, a broken piece of stylus held like a weapon in his hand. Lyra tried to push herself up, her eyes wide with a fresh fear. Had Malak's followers found them already? Then a familiar, guttural voice broke the tension. "Easy, Tinkerer. We are not your enemies." Emerging from the shadows of the cave's approach were the ash-covered scavengers from the wastes, the very ones they had bartered with, and whose gear Finn had repaired. Their leader stepped forward, her goggled gaze taking in their battered, filth-streaked forms, the raw desperation in their eyes. "We follow the water," she said simply, gesturing back toward the mountain. A river of black sludge poured from a new crack in the stone for hours. Then it stopped. "We thought it was a cave-in, then we thought to check." Her eyes, sharp and intelligent behind the dusty lenses, scanned their faces. "You caused that. You survived it. The man in the dark sashes, he did not." It was not a question, but a statement of fact. They had witnessed Malak's defeat by the mountain itself. The scavengers had not come to fight or to plunder. They had come to investigate, and perhaps to see if the strange trio who had offered knowledge and repair instead of violence had somehow impossibly lived. Seeing them now, broken but alive, seemed to settle something for them. The leader gave a slow, respectful nod. "The wastes are not kind to those alone. You will come with us. We have shelter. We have water you can drink." It was an offer born not of pity, but of the harsh, practical code of survival that governed their lives. A debt repaid, strength in numbers. As they were helped to their feet, their stiff, frozen limbs protesting every movement, Alara felt the weight of the satchel against her chest. It was still there, the clay tablets within cool and solid. The scavengers led them out of the cave and down a hidden path, toward a series of cleverly camouflaged tents and lean toss built into the side of a stable rock face, a temporary settlement, a place of respite in the relentless harshness of the wastes. They were given clean water, a thin but nourishing broth, and rough blankets that felt like the finest silk. Sitting by a small, carefully contained fire, surrounded by these hardened survivors who watched her with a wary but open curiosity, Alara understood. This was the moment. The end of the journey was not delivering the truth to the archive. It was right here. These people were not scribes. They did not care about elegant calligraphy or the philosophical debates of preservation. They cared about what worked, what helped them survive the next day. Her hand went to the satchel. Slowly, deliberately, she untied the oilskin pouch and let the tablets spill out onto a clean piece of hide between them. The scavengers leaned forward, their eyes reflecting the flickering firelight. Alara picked up the first tablet, the one etched with the blueprint for the water purifier. She did not speak of history or duty. She spoke their language. "This," she said, her voice still hoarse but clear, "shows how to make the water clean. How to take the sickness out of it, using sand, charcoal, and gravel." She held it out to their leader. Then she picked up another, the one that detailed the edible, nutrient-rich lichen that grew on the northern slopes of the specific rock formations common in the wastes. a fact buried in a botanical survey of the Old Kingdom. And this tells you where to find food that won't make you ill, that will actually strengthen you. The reaction was not one of awe for the ancient knowledge, but of intense, practical interest. The scavenger leader took the water purification tablet, her fingers tracing the etched lines with a craftsman's respect for a good design. She looked from the drawing to Alara's face, and a slow understanding dawned in her eyes. This was not a holy relic to be worshipped. It was a tool, a weapon against the relentless grind of their existence. This was the true purpose of the past, not to be locked away, but to be used. To give a struggling people the means to not just survive, but to live. In that moment, under the vast, awakening sky of a new day, the first seed of Nmenor's true history was planted not in a hidden archive, but in the grateful, capable hands of its future. The knowledge had finally, truly, come home. The journey back from the scavenger camp was a slow and solemn pilgrimage, each step a meditation on all that had been lost and found. The Ashen wastes, once a landscape of pure dread, now held a different kind of weight. It was the weight of Bren's absence, a hollow feeling that walked beside them with every footfall. It was also the weight of the satchel against Elara's chest, now noticeably lighter, its precious cargo of clay tablets already beginning their work in the world. They traveled not as fugitives, but as heralds, their exhaustion tempered by a hard-won sense of purpose. The scavengers had provided an escort for the first leg of the journey, a silent, ash-shrouded honor guard that saw them to the edge of the toxic plains before melting back into the haze with a final, respectful nod. The message was clear. They were no longer just scribes in a hidden archive. They were part of a larger, emerging network of survival. When the familiar, camouflaged entrance to the archive finally came into view, it was not as they had left it. The chaos and despair of the ransacking had been replaced by a buzz of organized, determined activity. The hidden door was now flanked by two newly constructed watchtowers made from salvaged stone and timber, and a perimeter of sharpened stakes had been driven into the ground. Scribes they recognized were working alongside people they did not, survivors from smaller, nearby settlements who had answered a call for aid. They were moving barricades, repairing walls, and practicing basic drills with makeshift weapons, under the instruction of a few among them who had guard experience. The air, once heavy with the silent fear of discovery, now hummed with a resilient, defensive energy. The archive was no longer just hiding, it was preparing. It was fortifying. Inside, the transformation was even more profound. The main scriptorium had been restored to order, but it was a new kind of order. Desks had been rearranged to form collaborative workstations. The precious scrolls that remained were being meticulously cataloged, not just by historical period, but by practical application: agriculture, medicine, architecture, ecology. The act of preservation had been fused with a new, urgent imperative: dissemination, and at the center of this controlled whirlwind stood Elder Kale. He looked older, the lines on his face carved deeper by stress and grief, but he stood straighter than Alara had ever seen him. The quiet scholar was gone, replaced by a general of memory, his voice not a reedy whisper but a firm, commanding presence as he directed the efforts. The attack, Lyra's betrayal, and their disappearance had not broken him. It had forged him into the leader the moment demanded. The moment Alara, Finn, and Lyra stepped into the lamplight, all activity ceased. A stunned silence fell, followed by a wave of gasps and disbelieving murmurs. They were not just returning members, they were ghosts walking out of a story everyone believed had ended in tragedy. A young scribe dropped a stack of parchments, the scattering pages the only sound in the vast room. Elder Kale turned, and for a heartbeat, his commander's mask slipped, revealing the raw, profound relief beneath. He took a staggering step forward, his hand going to his heart, as if to steady its sudden, wild beating. Alara did not wait for the questions to begin. She walked toward him, her own body aching with every step, and stopped before the central dais where he stood. With a reverence that was both personal and deeply ceremonial, she unslung the satchel from her shoulder. But she did not open it to reveal the few remaining tablets. Instead, she reached deeper, past them, and her hands closed around the one thing that represented their entire, impossible journey. She drew forth the Master Chronicle, not the entire, massive tome, of course, but its magnificent, luminous cover, which she had carefully detached using knowledge from a conservation text. It was the symbol of the whole, its pearlescent material glowing softly in the lamplight, a piece of the moon fallen to earth. A collective awed inhale swept through the room. Many had believed it a myth. To see it here, real and tangible, was to witness a miracle. She held it out to him. "We could not bring it all," she said, her voice clear and carrying to every corner of the silent scriptorium. It was too vast, too heavy to move, so we saved its heart, and we saved its truth. She then told them. She spoke not with a scribe's measured academic tone, but with the raw, unvarnished language of experience. She spoke of the sunken library's empty chest and the dust of betrayal. She spoke of the canyon of whispers and the cost of Bren's courage on the bridge. She described the cave of forgotten tales and the terrible choice between a friend and a vault. She told them of Malak's twisted philosophy and his end in the cold, dark water. And finally, she spoke of the Scavengers, of the first clay tablet, changing hands, of knowledge not being locked away, but being used as a tool for survival. She painted a picture not just of a quest, but of a transformation. When she finished, the silence returned, thicker and heavier than before, saturated with the weight of her story. Elder Kale looked from the glowing cover in his hands to Alara's face, and he saw not the eager, impulsive young scribe who had climbed the Tower of Echoes, but a woman tempered by loss, sharpened by impossible choices, and illuminated by a broader, more compassionate understanding of their purpose. The archive had been his life's work, a fortress to protect a dying flame. She had taken that flame out into the wind and used it to start a fire. He slowly, deliberately, placed the beautiful cover down on the dais. Then he did something that no elder had ever done in the history of the Scribes. He stepped down from the platform, placing himself at her level. He removed the simple bronze circlet from his own brow, the symbol of his office for decades. His hands, gnarled and spotted with age, were steady as he reached up. The world believed the title of elder was one of preservation, he said, his voice quiet yet echoing in the perfect silence. But you have shown us it is one of translation. It is not enough to guard the past. We must make it speak to the present. We must make it build the future. He placed the circlet upon Alara's head. It was a simple thing, but in that gesture, an entire era ended and a new one began. The archive is secure, he declared, turning to address the room. But our work is not to rebuild what was. Our work is to begin what must be, and she will lead us. The silence broke into a wave of sound, not just applause, but a cathartic release of emotion, a chorus of affirmation and hope. They were not just celebrating a new leader, they were embracing a new purpose. The fortress walls around them were important, yes, but the true work, the work of rebuilding a collective memory that could truly nourish a broken world, was only just beginning. And for the first time, they could all see the path forward, illuminated by the quiet, determined light of the Chronicle and the woman who had brought it home. Forgiveness within the archive was not a declaration spoken in a grand ceremony, but a quiet, daily choice that settled over the community like dust. For Lyra, it was a weight far heavier than any scroll or stone tablet. She moved through the restored scriptorium, not as a returning hero, but as a specter at the feast, her presence a constant, living reminder of how close they had all come to oblivion. The sidelong glances, the conversations that hushed when she approached, these were not punishments, but they were barriers. She had been welcomed back by Alara's decree and Elder Kale's weary acceptance, but trust was a structure that had to be rebuilt stone by stone, and she knew she alone held the trowel. This burden, however, did not crush her. It became her foundation. She did not seek to rejoin her old transcription duties or lose herself in the comforting solitude of cataloging. Instead, she asked for, and was granted, the most difficult task imaginable, to confront the very ideology that had once seduced her. She established the outreach group, naming it the Recovered Voices Initiative. Its mission was twofold: to physically seek out the records and artifacts plundered by Malak's followers and scattered across the wastes, and to combat the philosophical poison he had injected into the world, the seductive, dangerous lie that some truths were too painful to bear and should be erased for the greater good. Her first lectures were halting and difficult, delivered to small, skeptical groups of junior scribes. She did not preach, she testified. She spoke with the raw, uncomfortable authority of someone who had stood on both sides of the abyss. Censorship never begins with a bonfire, she would tell them, her voice soft but intense. It begins with a whisper. It starts with the idea that we are doing this for them, for their own good. That we are protecting people from a truth they are not strong enough to handle. That is the most arrogant and corrosive thought a chronicler can entertain. It assumes we have the right to decide what another soul can and cannot endure. It makes us gatekeepers of reality, not its guardians. She used her own journal, that damning record of her descent, as her primary text, allowing others to see the exact point where a noble-sounding ideal curdled into fanaticism. She taught them to recognize the language of erasure, to be immune to its false promises of a simpler, cleaner past. The initiative's first forays beyond the archive's fortified walls were tense affairs. Lyra always went unarmed, leading small teams into settlements and scavenger camps. She offered trades practical knowledge copied onto durable clay tablets for any historical fragments they might have found. But more importantly, she offered a confession. She would stand before these hardened survivors and say, "I once believed your history was a burden you should be free of. I was wrong. Your past, every scar and every triumph, belongs to you. It is not ours to take away. We are only here to help you reclaim it, if you wish." This act of radical humility disarmed suspicion where weapons never could. Scrolls and shattered statues began to trickle back, not as tribute to the all-knowing scribes, but as gifts between equals. Yet, for all this vital work, a deeper, more personal debt remained unpaid. It lingered in the quiet moments, in the empty space where Bren's loud, brash presence should have been. The official chronicles of their journey, now being compiled, spoke of his sacrifice in the necessary, formal language of history. The guardian Bren held the rear flank, enabling the successful completion of the primary objective. The words felt like ashes to Lyra. They recorded the fact, but extinguished the man. They did not capture the conflicted loyalty in his eyes, the frustration in his voice when he argued with Finn, the unshakable courage that was his true nature. Her failure had helped create the situation that demanded his ultimate price, and a dry, factual entry would be a second betrayal. And so, she undertook her most important recovery mission. She did not seek a scroll or a tablet. She sought a person. She tracked down the very band of scavengers who had witnessed their flight into the Canyon of Whispers, who had heard the bridge collapse. She sat with them by their fires, and she asked them not for what they saw, but for what they felt. She asked the leader to describe the look on Bren's face as he turned to face the scouts. She asked them to recall the sound of his roar that was swallowed by the chasm. She collected not data, but memory, raw, emotional, and human. Returning to the archive, she went to the master copy of the new chronicle. She did not edit the formal entry. Instead, she began a new section, one she proposed be added to all future histories, the price of memory. And in it, she wrote Bren's story, not as a footnote to a larger quest, but as its own profound chapter. She wrote of his imperfections and his strengths with equal honesty. She described the weight of his duty and the depth of his courage. She ensured that anyone who ever read of the salvation of the Heart Vault would also read the name Bren, and they would not see a statistic, but a man who chose to be a bridge for the future, even if it meant his own fall. In giving him this, she took the first real step in her own atonement, finally understanding that the only way to truly honor a life is to remember it in full, with all its brilliant, complicated, and heroic truth. The loss of Bren was a wound that would never fully heal, a permanent silence where his booming voice and fierce loyalty had once been. But in the quiet that followed, a new kind of energy began to hum through the fortified archive, a focused, determined vibration that was both a tribute to the past and an investment in the future. It emanated from Finn's workshop, a corner of the cavern that had once been used for mending broken bindings and mixing ink, now transformed into a cluttered, brilliant hive of invention. Where others saw only the tragedy of the fallen bridge or the terror of the sealed vault, Finn's engineer mind saw a series of catastrophic systemic failures, and he began, immediately, to design the solutions. His hands, still calloused from chipping at the rock of their tomb, now moved with a different purpose. He spent days dismantling the few surviving artifacts of Inmener's advanced age that had been recovered, a light orb that still glowed with a faint, internal charge, a communication device that used resonant crystals instead of wires, a climate control unit that regulated air and moisture in a sealed space. He wasn't interested in what these things were. He was obsessed with how they worked. He sought the underlying principles, the elegant engineering that had allowed them to function for centuries without maintenance. His goal was not to reactivate the past, but to reverse engineer its resilience for the challenges of the present. The result of this obsessive work was not a single, grand invention, but a system. He called them the memory caches. Each one was a self-contained, incredibly durable repository designed to survive the kinds of catastrophes that had nearly wiped Inmener's truth from the world. The casings were fashioned from a ceramic composite he developed, fired in the archive's oldest kiln to a hardness that could withstand fire, water, and crushing force. But the true genius was inside. Using the principles of the crystal communicators, he created data storage plates, etched with vibrations so fine they could hold the equivalent of 1,000 scrolls on a surface the size of his palm. He adapted the climate control tech to create a perfectly balanced, inert atmosphere within each sealed cache, ensuring the plates would remain untouched by decay for millennia. And he powered it all with a minuscule energy cell based on the light orb, a cell he calculated would last for 500 years. Each cache was a tiny, self-sustaining heart vault, designed not for a single master chronicle, but for a distributed network of truth. Elara was his indispensable partner in this grand project. While his mind lived in the realm of gears and energy frequencies, hers lived in the content. She determined what knowledge each cache would hold, curating the information not by volume, but by necessity. One cache, destined for a hidden location near a major water source, contained nothing but hydrological maps, water purification schematics, and agricultural techniques for arid soil. Another, meant for a region prone to seismic activity, held architectural plans for stable, collapse-resistant structures and basic medical texts for treating trauma. She was building a library of foundational survival, ensuring that even if the central archive was lost again, the seeds of civilization would be scattered and protected, ready to be found by whoever needed them most. The process of hiding them became their new shared ritual, a quiet counterpoint to the frantic, desperate quest that had brought them together. They would venture out at dawn, a satchel of caches between them, and navigate the ruins with a new, purposeful intimacy. Finn would use his understanding of structural geology to find the perfect hiding spots within the foundations of a stable, forgotten bridge, behind a waterfall that hid a dry cavern, deep in the root system of an ancient, enduring tree. Elara would then use her scribe's knowledge of symbolism and history to mark the location, not with an obvious sign, but with a subtle clue, a pattern of stones that mirrored a constellation from a specific myth, or a glyph carved in a place that would only be visible at a certain time of day. These journeys were conducted in comfortable silence, punctuated by shared looks of understanding and the easy, unspoken coordination of two people whose strengths had been forged in mutual reliance and loss. It was during one of these trips, as they watched the sunset paint the ruins in shades of orange and purple from a high, secluded ledge, that the nature of their partnership quietly shifted. They were no longer just the archivist and the engineer, the preserver and the innovator. The trust that had been built in life and death situations had deepened into a profound, quiet affection. They had seen each other at their most terrified, their most determined, their most broken. They had argued over risks and celebrated tiny, world-altering victories. As Finn pointed out a potential cache location based on the weathering patterns of the stone, and Alara immediately connected it to an old parable about endurance. They both fell silent, realizing their minds were now working in a perfect, seamless tandem. Their relationship became the living embodiment of their mission, a beautiful, essential fusion of the old and the new, where the deep wisdom of the past provided the purpose, and the innovative spirit of the present provided the means. They were safeguarding the truth, not by building a higher wall around it, but by weaving it into the very fabric of the world, ensuring that no single point of failure could ever erase it again. The reclaimed plaza was not a place of grandeur, but of potent symbolism. It was a wide, open space that had once been the city's main market, its cobblestones now cracked and choked with hardy weeds, its edges defined by the skeletal remains of shops and cafes. For generations, it had been a place to avoid a stark reminder of all that had been lost, too painful and vast to confront. But under Alara's direction, it had been gently cleared. Makeshift benches of salvaged stone and timber were arranged in a loose semicircle, and at their focus, a simple dais was constructed from the broken plinth of a forgotten statue. This was not to be a performance, it was to be a sharing, a communal facing of a long-feared truth. As the sun began to set, casting long, gentle shadows across the stones, the people came. They did not arrive in a jubilant crowd, but in small, hesitant groups and solitary figures, their faces etched with the caution of those who had learned that hope was often a prelude to disappointment. They were scavengers with hands stained by ash, farmers with soil under their nails, parents holding the hands of wide-eyed children who had only ever known a world of ruins and whispers. They found their seats in a nervous quiet, their eyes darting around the plaza as if expecting the ghosts of the past to object to their presence. The air was thick not with anticipation, but with a profound, shared apprehension. Elara stepped onto the dais. She did not carry herself like a queen or a prophet, but like a scribe. In her hands was not the entire, glowing master chronicle, but a single, heavy sheaf of pages, a carefully transcribed copy of its most crucial chapter, the true, unvarnished account of the Great Collapse. She placed it on the simple reading stand, took a steadying breath that seemed to draw the attention of the entire plaza, and looked out at the faces before her. She saw not an audience, but her people, survivors, and she began to speak, her voice clear and carrying on the evening air, without embellishment or theatricality. She did not begin with dates or the names of kings. She began with the weather. She described the unseasonable heat of that final year, the way the wind had carried the scent of ozone and decay from the northern marshes for weeks beforehand, how the birds had fallen silent days before the earth shook. She grounded the cataclysm in the sensory details of everyday life, making it not a distant legend, but a real event that had happened to people who breathed the same air and felt the same sun. Then she read the words of the chroniclers who had witnessed it, the panicked shouts in the streets, not of invasion, but of the ground itself opening up. The terrible, groaning song of the great towers as they leaned and fell, the sky turning the color of blood and brass from the fires and the churning dust. But she did not stop at the destruction. This was the crucial part, the truth that had been stripped from the story for generations. She read of the failures that had led to it. The pride of the ruling council that ignored the warnings of their own scientists, the greed of the guilds that had built the city's foundations on unstable ground to save on materials. The bitter divisions among the people that had left them unable to organize a coherent response until it was far too late. She gave them the reasons. The uncomfortable, shameful, human reasons. This was not a tale of faceless gods punishing a sinful people. It was a meticulous record of a society engineering its own demise through 1,000 small acts of arrogance, short-sightedness, and selfishness. A profound silence had fallen over the plaza, so complete that the rustle of a turning page sounded like thunder. People were not just listening, they were remembering. An old woman in the front row, her face a web of lines, began to weep silently, her tears cutting clean paths through the dust on her cheeks. She was not crying from grief alone, but from recognition. The story Alara told mirrored the fragmented, nightmarish memories of her own childhood. The pieces of a puzzle she had carried for a lifetime, suddenly snapping into a clear, heartbreaking picture. A broad-shouldered scavenger nodded slowly as Alara described the looting of the granaries by the city guard, his own hardened cynicism finding an ancient echo. For the first time, the broken world around them made a terrible, logical sense. Their suffering had a source, and it was not a divine mystery. It was a series of documented, avoidable mistakes. As she reached the end of the account, describing the long, agonizing aftermath, the slow fading of the fires, the struggle for clean water, the descent into the long silence that had become their present, Alara looked up. The fear in the crowd's eyes had been replaced by something else, something raw and powerful. It was not joy, but a somber, shared gravity. They had been united by their ignorance, bound together by a common, fragmented myth. Now they were being united by a common truth, a truth that was painful, yes, but it was theirs. It belonged to them. It explained their scars, their struggles, their deeply ingrained instinct to distrust authority and hoard resources. They were not a failed people living in the aftermath of a curse. They were the descendants of survivors who had endured a specific, historical catastrophe. A man stood up, his voice rough but clear. My grandfather, he always said the river used to run where the great fissure is now. I never knew if it was just a story. Another woman added, the song my mother sang it had a line about the stone birds falling. I never understood. All across the plaza, these small, personal revelations began to surface, whispered at first, then shared more boldly. The monolithic, terrifying myth of the collapse was breaking apart, and in its place was growing a mosaic of interconnected, verifiable memories. They were comparing notes, fitting the jagged pieces of their inherited pasts into the solid framework Alara had provided. The shared identity that began to stir among them was not one of pride or victory, but of a hard-earned, collective understanding. They were the children of those who had made it through. They carried the proof of those failures in their bones and in their stories. And now, for the first time, they also carried the knowledge of how it happened. And with that knowledge, spoken aloud in their reclaimed city square, under the darkening sky, came the first, fragile whisper of a new, unspoken question. If we understand how it was broken, does that mean we can learn how to build something that won't break the same way again? The past was no longer a ghost to be feared, but a lesson to be studied, and in that moment, the future felt, for the first time, like a choice. The fragile peace that had settled over the archive felt profound, earned through sacrifice, and sealed with the shared understanding of a reclaimed history. But in a world forged from collapse, peace is never a permanent state. It is only the quiet space between storms. The first whispers arrived not with a shout, but with the hesitant report of a scout returning from the northern ash fields, his face grim beneath his dust-caked goggles. He spoke of strange sightings, a figure moving through the toxic fogs with an unnerving familiarity with the terrain, a man with a pronounced limp and a face half hidden by scar tissue, yet whose voice, when heard across the blighted canyons, carried a chilling, familiar resonance. He was gathering a new kind of follower, the scout reported. Not the disciplined black-sashed enforcers of before, but a desperate, broken lot, outcasts from settlements that had shunned them, scavengers who had lost everything to the wastes, and, most troubling of all, a handful of disillusioned scribes who had left the archive months ago, dissatisfied with Elara's new policy of open sharing, whom they viewed as a dilution of their sacred duty. The news landed in the scriptorium, not like a bomb, but like a slow-acting poison, seeping into the cracks of their hard-won confidence. Elder Kale, who now served as Elara's most trusted advisor, felt a weary dread settle in his old bones. A ghost, he murmured, his voice barely audible over the gentle scratching of pens. He haunts us still, but Alara, looking out at the faces of her people, the determined archivists, the pragmatic engineers, the hopeful new apprentices, knew it was no ghost. Malak's survival was a brutal testament to the resilience of the very ideology they had fought so hard to defeat. His body may have been broken by the mountain's wrath, but his idea had not. It had simply been waiting in the toxic silence, adapting, finding fertile ground in a new generation of the hurt and the cynical. The fight had never been about a single man or a single book. It was a perpetual battle against the very human desire for a simpler, less painful story. The enemy was not Malak, it was forgetting, and forgetting was a weed that grew back faster than any other. This realization forced a profound and immediate evolution in Alara's leadership. The archive could no longer be just a fortress of preservation, a vault where truth was kept safe, like a precious, fragile artifact under glass. That approach had already failed once, creating the very isolation and elitism that had birthed Malak's rebellion in the first place. If truth was to truly win, it could not just be protected, it had to be defended. It had to be taught. She gathered her scribes, not in the formal scriptorium, but in the reclaimed plaza where she had first read from the Chronicle, reminding them of the people they now served. We are not just keepers of the past, she told them, her voice carrying a new, steely resolve. We are its guardians, and a guardian does not simply lock the treasure away. A guardian stands watch. A guardian learns the tactics of those who would seek to steal it. A guardian teaches others how to recognize a lie. Under her direction, the very definition of a scribe's training began to transform. The curriculum expanded beyond paleography and restoration techniques. Now, apprentices were also schooled in rhetoric and logic, taught to deconstruct flawed arguments and identify the seductive patterns of propaganda. They studied Malak's own words, not as the ravings of a madman, but as a masterclass in manipulation, analyzing how he used half-truths and emotional appeals to build his following. The most radical change was the creation of the Sentinel Program. Finn, drawing on his knowledge of the land's forgotten pathways and hidden dangers, helped design a network of watchposts and communication relays in a wide perimeter around the archive and its allied settlements. These were not manned by soldiers, but by teams of scribe sentinels. Their duty was twofold: to watch for physical signs of Malak's encroaching influence, and more importantly, to serve as traveling educators. They carried with them not weapons, but stories. They would enter a settlement, and instead of proclaiming truths, they would ask questions. They would listen to the local fears, the rumors, the grievances that Malak's agents might exploit. Then they would offer counter-narratives not from a place of authority, but from a shared reality. If a community feared a coming famine, the Sentinels wouldn't just deliver a scroll on agricultural techniques. They would work alongside them, using the Chronicles to show how similar fears had been overcome before, making the past a practical partner in solving present problems. Elara knew this was a slower, more arduous path than simply building higher walls. It was the difference between treating a symptom and inoculating against a disease. Malak offered a simple, seductive lie: that pain could be erased. Alara and her scribes were offering a more complex, difficult truth: that pain must be understood, that memory is the tool with which we build a stronger future. The rumors from the wastes were a chilling reminder that the work of memory is never done. It is a continuous, active struggle, a choice that every generation must make anew. And as the Sentinels moved out into the world, carrying their protective light of knowledge into the gathering shadows, it was clear that the Scribes of the End were no longer just chronicling history. They were actively, courageously shaping it. The quiet hum of the archive had taken on a new, more purposeful tone since Alara's return. The frantic energy of fortification had settled into a steady rhythm of dedicated work, but a crucial piece was still missing. The old oath, the one she and Lyra and even Malak had sworn, was a beautiful, solemn vow to protect and preserve, but it was an oath born in isolation, forged in the fear of loss. It spoke of the archive as a fortress, and the scribe as a solitary guardian. That oath, she realized, had contained the seeds of its own undoing. Preservation without sharing was just a slower, more dignified form of oblivion. Protection without connection bred the very elitism and isolation that could curdle into something like Malak's ideology. A new covenant was needed, one that reflected not what they had lost, but what they were trying to build. She called the entire community together, not just the trained scribes, but the engineers, the guards, the cooks, and the farmers from the allied settlements who now worked alongside them. They gathered in the reclaimed plaza, the same place where they had first heard their own history spoken aloud. Alara stood before them, not on the dais, but on the same level, the Master Chronicles cover resting on a simple stone table beside her. "We have spent generations learning how to keep things safe," she began, her voice carrying easily in the open air. "We became experts at building walls, both of stone and of silence. We believed that by locking the truth away, we were honoring it, but a truth that is not shared is not a truth at all. It is a secret, and secrets, as we have learned to our great sorrow, have a tendency to rot or to be twisted into weapons." She spoke of Bren, not as a tragic figure, but as a symbol of the new path. His sacrifice was not to protect a secret, it was to ensure a story could be told. He understood that this knowledge does not belong to us. We did not create it. We are merely its temporary custodians. It belongs to the child trying to grow a crop in barren soil. It belongs to the healer, searching for a cure in a forgotten text. It belongs to the scavenger, trying to understand the bones of the city they call home. History is not the property of the Chroniclers. It is the inheritance of everyone who draws breath in its shadow. Our duty is not to be its owners, but its stewards. Our sacred task is to ensure that this inheritance is passed on, intact and whole, to every generation that follows. Then she unveiled the new oath. It was etched onto a large, smooth slab of slate, the words simple, direct, and powerful. It was a promise in 3 parts: to seek knowledge with open eyes and a critical mind, never turning away from an uncomfortable truth for the sake of a comfortable lie. To protect that knowledge not by hiding it, but by making it resilient, by scattering it, by ensuring no single point of failure could ever erase it again. And finally, to share it freely and without reservation, to translate the complex language of the past into the practical tools of the present, to be teachers and guides rather than gatekeepers and guards. One by one, every member of the community, from the eldest elder to the youngest apprentice, came forward. They did not merely recite the words, they pressed their ink-stained or calloused or soil-blackened hands onto the slate, leaving a unique print beneath each line of the vow. It was a physical, messy, and profoundly human act of commitment. This was not an oath for a select few. It was a compact for an entire society, choosing to define itself by memory rather than amnesia. The final act was one of permanence. Using tools provided by Finn, they carefully, reverently, transferred the words of the oath from the slate onto the great stone archway that served as the archive's main entrance. They did not carve it in the flowing, beautiful script of the old chronicles. They etched it in clear, blocky letters that anyone, regardless of their training, could read and understand. As the last chisel stroke echoed into silence, the meaning of the entrance itself was transformed. To walk through, it was no longer about leaving the world behind to enter a sanctuary of secrets. It was about passing under a promise. The words above the arch were a constant reminder to those leaving to carry the truth outward, and a solemn warning to those entering to leave their biases and agendas at the door. The archive was no longer a fortress. It had become a heart, and the oath etched above it was the rhythm by which it would now beat, pumping the lifeblood of knowledge out into the world, ensuring that the story of Inmener would never again be held in just one pair of hands. The new oath etched above the archive's entrance was not a conclusion. It was a declaration of intent, a blueprint for action that demanded to be fulfilled. Within days of the ceremony, the quiet hum of the scriptorium was joined by a new sound, the purposeful rustle of travel packs being prepared and the low murmur of briefings. Alara, with the council of Elder Kale and Finn, had initiated the most ambitious project in the archive's long history. They were not just going to wait for seekers of knowledge to find them. They would carry it out into the world, like seeds on the wind. The first envoys were chosen not for their combat prowess, but for their empathy, their patience, and their deep, unwavering belief in the oath they had just sworn. Their mission was simple in concept, yet profound in its potential: to find the scattered islands of survival that dotted the vastness of the wastes and offer them a bridge back to their own story. These envoys traveled light, but their packs were heavy with purpose. They did not carry gold or weapons for trade. Their currency was memory, their goods were truth. Each envoy's satchel contained a carefully curated selection of the archive's new, distributed knowledge. There were clay tablets etched with the schematics for Finn's water purifiers and reinforced building techniques. There were transcribed copies of medicinal texts, identifying healing herbs that still grew in the toxic soil. And crucially, there were excerpts from the Master Chronicle itself, not the entire daunting volume, but its most vital narratives, the true story of the collapse, the tales of the early survivors, and the oath of the Chroniclers, translated into clear, accessible language. Their offer was not one of subjugation or even allegiance. It was an offer of reconnection. They arrived in settlements not as authorities, but as relatives long lost, bearing pieces of a family history everyone had forgotten. The initial receptions were, predictably, fraught with suspicion. To communities that had survived for generations by trusting no one and hoarding every scrap, the arrival of a stranger offering free knowledge seemed like a particularly transparent trap. The envoys were often met at spear point, their offers greeted with cold skepticism, but they had been trained for this. They did not argue or preach. Instead, they employed a strategy of radical humility and practical demonstration. In one settlement plagued by brackish water, an envoy named Kale, a former apprentice of Finn's, did not just hand over the purification tablet. He asked for permission to help them build one. He worked side by side with them for a week, digging the filtration beds, layering the sand and charcoal, explaining the principle behind each step, not as a teacher to a student, but as a collaborator. When clear, clean water finally flowed from the spout, it was not the envoy's victory, it was the settlement's. The knowledge had proven its worth in the most tangible way possible. This pattern repeated itself across the wastes. In another community, an envoy with healing knowledge used a Chronicle's herbal guide to identify a local plant that could treat a persistent fever sweeping through their children. In a third, a transcribed account of ancient crop rotation techniques led to a struggling farm's first successful harvest in years. The Chronicles ceased to be abstract historical documents. They became practical toolkits for survival, their value measured in full bellies, healthy families, and secure shelters. Trust, once earned through action rather than words, began to bloom in the most unlikely places. The envoys became permanent fixtures, setting up small outpost libraries and beginning the patient work of training local scribes. These new chroniclers were not chosen for their scholarly prowess, but for their integrity and their deep roots in their own communities. They were taught to read the old scripts, to preserve new knowledge, and most importantly, to uphold the new oath, to seek, protect, and share. Months into the endeavor, the first messages began to trickle back to the main archive, carried by weary but triumphant runners. They were not lengthy reports, but precious fragments of news that painted a picture of a world stirring back to life. A runner from the northern plains brought word that the settlement at 3 Rivers, using the shared architectural plans, had successfully reinforced their central hall against the ash storms, and had offered the same design to their neighbors in the Sand Swallow settlement. A message from the eastern marshes told of a council meeting between 3 communities who had been feuding over a contested hunting ground for a generation. Instead of resorting to threats, they had asked the local scribe to consult the chronicles for precedents. They discovered a similar dispute from Inmener's past and the treaty that had resolved it, and using that ancient framework, they forged their own agreement. Elara unrolled these messages in her quiet chamber, her fingers tracing the words as if they were a map of a new world being drawn in real time. The reports spoke of trade routes being established not just for goods, but for information. They told of scouts sharing safe paths they had mapped, of healers exchanging remedies they had discovered. The shared history provided by the archive was acting as a common language, a foundational layer of trust upon which new connections could be built. The settlements were no longer isolated, suspicious islands. They were beginning to form a web, a network of mutual aid and shared identity. They were starting to see themselves not just as survivors, but as heirs, the scattered children of Inmener, slowly, tentatively, finding their way back to each other. The seeds she and Finn had desperately scattered were not just taking root, they were intertwining, creating the first, fragile roots of a renewed civilization, one built not on the forgotten pride of the past, but on its hard-learned, collectively remembered lessons. The piece of the archive was a fragile, precious thing, built on shared purpose and the steady rhythm of work, but it was a piece Malak was determined to shatter. He did not come with a disciplined army this time. He came with a weapon of pure terror, a perversion of the very past he sought to erase. From the deepest, most toxic fissures of the Ashen wastes, where forgotten alchemical spills from the collapse still seeped into the earth, he had dredged up a horror. It was a creature that might have once been a great hunting cat, but generations of poisoning had mutated it into a monstrous engine of rage. Its body was a patchwork of oozing sores and grotesquely overgrown muscle. Its eyes were milky white pools of pain, and its roar was a sound that seemed to physically tear at the air, a wave of pure fear that rolled over the fortified walls and sent even the bravest sentinels stumbling back in primal dread. This was Malak's ultimate argument, his final, brutal sermon, that the world was irredeemably broken, poisoned by its own history, and only the purifying fire of absolute forgetting could ever hope to cleanse it. As the beast slammed against the main gate, the reinforced timber, groaning under the assault, panic threatened to unravel the community's hard-won unity. Bren's absence was a palpable void in that moment. His fierce courage was the exact tool they needed. Finn shouted orders, directing people to brace the doors with whatever they could find, his engineer's mind racing through calculations of stress and load, but the numbers were losing against the raw, monstrous force outside. Lyra, her body still bearing the bruises of Malak's previous betrayal, moved among the terrified, helping to guide the elderly and the children to the deepest inner chambers, her face a mask of grim resolve. And above it all, standing on the reinforced parapet overlooking the gate, was Alara. She watched the chaos below, the frantic, fearful energy of a community on the brink of being shattered once more. She saw the beast, a living embodiment of corrupted memory, and she saw Malak himself, standing just beyond the fray. His face was not triumphant, but eerily calm, a fanatic watching his chosen instrument of deliverance do its work. He believed he was not destroying them, but saving them from a truth too painful to bear. In that moment, Alara understood that stronger gates and sharper weapons would not win this fight. To meet this violence with violence was to accept Malak's terms, to validate his world, view that only strength and brutality could shape the future. Her hand went to the satchel at her side, not for a weapon, but for the most powerful thing she possessed, a specific, transcribed passage from the Master Chronicle. She had read it 100 times, its tragedy etched into her soul. It was the account of the alchemist's quarter disaster, the catastrophic accident that had first poisoned the northern marshes and set in motion the chain of distrust and ecological collapse that contributed to the Great Fall. And she knew from Lyra's confession that the young, idealistic scribe Malak had lost his entire family in that very disaster. It was the wound that had never healed, the foundational pain upon which his entire philosophy of erasure had been built. As the beast reared back for another earth-shaking charge, Alara did the one thing no one expected. She turned her back on the monster. She faced Malak, and she began to read. Her voice did not shout. It did not tremble. It carried across the chaos with the clear, steady authority of a scribe, delivering a vital truth. Each word, a polished stone, laid carefully in place. She read the official report first, the dry, bureaucratic language detailing the malfunctioning valve, the overlooked pressure reading. Then, she read the eyewitness testimonies from the margins of the Chronicle, the panicked shouts of the workers, the desperate attempts to contain the breach, the name of the junior overseer who had ignored the safety protocols out of fear of his superior's wrath. She read the list of the first confirmed casualties, and among them, she spoke the names of his family. She made the story specific. She made it personal. She gave his pain a context, a cause, a history beyond simple, random tragedy. Malak's calm facade cracked. Lies, he screamed, his voice strangled, but he did not advance. He was trapped by the story, ensnared in the very details he had spent a lifetime trying to burn away. They are all lies designed to keep us chained to the pain. But Alara continued, her voice relentless in its compassion. The truth is not the chain, Malak. The lie that it was some nameless, inevitable curse is the chain. This was not fate. It was a failure, a preventable failure of people, of systems, of communication. Forgetting their names, forgetting the reason they died, does not honor them. It dooms others to the same fate. Your pain is real, but your solution is a poison far greater than the one that took them. His hesitation was a crack in the foundation of his assault, a silent, profound second that seemed to stretch out forever. The beast, sensing its master's wavering focus, let out a confused snarl, its charge faltering, and in that fragile, suspended moment, the community found its strength, not the strength of a single warrior, but the collective strength of a unified whole. They saw their leader facing down their greatest fear with words instead of weapons, and they understood what they were truly defending. It wasn't just a building or a set of scrolls. It was the principle that truth, however painful, was the only ground upon which they could safely build. A farmer hefted a heavy harvesting tool. A scribe grabbed a burning torch from a sconce. The scavengers who had come to trade knowledge stood shoulder to shoulder with the archive's guards. They did not attack the beast with organized military precision. They advanced as a single, roaring wave of defiant humanity, a wall of sound and light and collective will. They drove the confused creature back, not by injuring it, but by overwhelming its senses with their unity, pushing it away from the gates and back toward the desolate wastes from whence it came. The beast, a creature born of isolation and poison, could not withstand the sheer, concentrated force of connection. It turned and fled, its terrifying roars fading into the distance, leaving behind a silence that was no longer filled with fear, but with the electrifying aftermath of a choice made and a battle won in a way no one had thought possible. The victory belonged to no single hero, but to the power of a story, told at the right time, to shatter a nightmare and reveal the stronger truth beneath. The monstrous beast, a living embodiment of a poisoned past, had fled back into the toxic wastes from which it was born, but the man who had unleashed it remained. Malak did not run. He stood amidst the settling dust, his body broken and his ideology shattered against the unyielding wall of Alara's truth. He was not captured in a violent struggle. He was simply found. The fight had gone out of him, extinguished by the specific, painful history she had spoken aloud, the names of his family making the abstract tragedy of his life devastatingly, unavoidably real. The community did not throw him in chains. They surrounded him, not with weapons, but with a quiet, solemn vigilance, and led him inside the very archive he had sought to destroy. What followed was not a trial or an execution, but something far more radical, an attempt at historical reconciliation. He was given a clean cell, not a dungeon, with a window that looked out over the reclaimed plaza. He was provided with food, medicine for his wounds, and, most importantly, access to the very records he had tried to burn. Elder Kale himself, his own heart heavy with the memory of the brilliant student he had once lost, took on the painstaking task of sitting with him. They did not debate, they simply read. Kale guided him through the full, contextualized history of the alchemist's quarter disaster, not to assign blame, but to illustrate the complex chain of human error, bureaucratic failure, and societal pressure that had led to the valve being left unturned. They pored over the personal diaries of the survivors, the grief-stricken accounts of other families who had suffered similar losses. Malak was forced to confront not a monolithic, evil past, but a complicated, heartbreakingly human one. The process was agonizingly slow, a journey through a landscape of pain he had spent a lifetime trying to bypass. There were days of rage, of bitter denial, and of suffocating silence. But slowly, the rigid, fanatical certainty in his eyes began to soften, replaced by a dawning, horrific comprehension. He had not been wrong about the pain. He had been wrong about the cure. Erasing the wound did not heal it. It only guaranteed it would never be properly treated and would forever fester beneath the surface. Weeks turned into months. The season of toxic dust storms gave way to a period of gentle rains that washed the ash from the leaves of the hardy plants, now growing in the plaza gardens. Elara often paused on her rounds to see Malak through his window, now often deep in conversation, not with Kale, but with Lyra. The two of them, both burdened by the weight of their own betrayals, found a common language in atonement. He began to assist her with the Recovered Voices initiative, his intimate knowledge of the locations his followers had plundered proving invaluable in tracking down lost artifacts. He was not forgiven, not in the simple sense of the word. His actions had cost too much, had left too deep a scar for a facile absolution, but he was being reintegrated. He was being shown that even the most broken history could have a purpose, if it was used not as a weapon, but as a warning. On a clear morning, with the sky a sharp, brilliant blue, Alara walked out onto the high observation platform that overlooked the sprawling network of the Renewed Nmenor. The view was nothing short of breathtaking. Where there had once been a silent, desolate expanse of ruins, there was now a vibrant tapestry of life and connection. Smoke rose from the hearths of distant settlements that were now allies. The glint of sunlight on a far-off aqueduct, rebuilt using Finn's distributed schematics, looked like a thread of silver stitching the land together. Messengers and traders moved along safe, well-marked paths between communities, carrying not just goods, but letters, news, and copies of the latest discoveries from the archive's scriptoriums. She saw a group of children from a scavenger clan sitting in a circle with a young scribe sentinel, listening with rapt attention to a story from the Chronicles, their faces alight with understanding rather than fear. This was not the rebuilt glory of the old kingdom. It was something new, something more resilient. It was an interconnected ecosystem of memory, a society learning to wear its history not as a shackle, but as a compass. In that moment of quiet reflection, Alara understood the true nature of their victory. The work was not over. It would never be over. Preserving the past was not a project with a conclusion. It was a continuous, active struggle, a choice that had to be made anew every single day. It was a constant vigil against the easy allure of forgetting, a perpetual effort to translate the lessons of yesterday into the tools for tomorrow. But she now saw that this struggle was not a burden. It was the very thing that gave the present its meaning and its depth. It was the resistance against the slow, silent tide of oblivion that gave every act of courage, every moment of connection, its profound significance. She turned and walked back inside, descending to the great hall where the Master Chronicle lay open. A new, blank page awaited. Dipping her quill into the ink, she did not write about kings or cataclysms. She began to write her own story. She wrote of a young, fearful scribe climbing a crumbling tower for a single scroll. She wrote of a friend's betrayal and another's ultimate sacrifice. She wrote of the terrible weight of choice in a dark cave and the blinding light of a hard-won dawn. She wrote not to aggrandize herself, but to add her thread to the great, ongoing tapestry. Her story was a small part of the whole, but it was an essential one. As her words flowed onto the page, a slow, quiet smile touched her lips. The chronicle would continue long after she was gone, filled with the stories of those who came next. The end of the great and glorious Inmener was not an ending at all. It had been the difficult, painful, and necessary beginning of something far more enduring. A world that had finally